I clearly didn't die, but I spent 1,000 years in the underworld. King Yama calls me brother. Black and white impermanents call me big bro. Oxhead and Horseface fight over who gets to serve me. All because I work hard and never complain. I clean the underworld every day. But today I don't want to work anymore, because I finally relocated every part of the underworld successfully. As long as I'm reincarnated successfully, I'll have 10,000 more years of cultivation than others. So I went to find King Yama to resign from my job as an underworld messenger. King Yama closed the book of life and death and looked at the young man standing before him. Li Hang, you've served the underworld for 1,000 years. You've accumulated a millennium of good karma. This time, in your reincarnation, you'll be born into a prestigious cultivation family. As long as you cultivate diligently, you're sure to achieve great things in the future. Thank you, King Yama. I pressed my palms together in respect and gave a bow. Secretly, I was delighted. Then, led by Oxhead and Horseface, I arrived at the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Li Hang, I heard you're leaving today. So, dear child, I've added some extra ingredients just for you and simmered it for 3 extra hours. Drink this bowl of soup, and then you can be on your way. After saying that, she handed me a bowl of yellow medicinal soup. Well, Granny Meng. You even added extra to the soup you made me? Afraid I'll remember all of you, huh? I took the bowl of forgetfulness from Granny Meng and looked at my 3 old friends a bit reluctantly. Reads. This is goodbye for now. I'm going to a much bigger world. With this farewell, I pinched my nose, leaned back, and drank the soup in a few big gulps. Afterward, my eyes turned blank, as if my soul had completely left me. But of course, I was just pretending. Earlier, I checked in at the Bridge of Forgetfulness and obtained a supreme treasure, the Everlasting Affection Water. With this Everlasting Affection Water, Granny Meng's soup can affect me, which means I can take my past lives' memories with me. As I reincarnate through the portal, a 7-colored light tunnel appeared in the Great Hall. I turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the Reincarnation Tunnel. Inside a tranquil pavilion of the Li family, a powerful ancient clan in the immortal realm. The longevity ancestor stroked his goatee and spoke slowly. I've observed the stars at night and have made my calculations. Our ancestor is about to reincarnate. Li Hongshan's eyes were wide open in shock. He was so excited his whole body trembled. Are you serious? There's a legend in the Li family. It's said that 100,000 years ago, there was a peerless genius in the Li family. With her unmatched talent, she reached the peak of the mortal realm. Later, for unknown reasons, this empress chose reincarnation. After experiencing 100 lives, she would be reborn into the Li family. If my guess is correct, the ancestor is the very child in your wife's belly. Li Hongshan's jaw dropped wide open, his eyes nearly popping out. The ancestor is reincarnating in my wife's womb. Hearing this, Li Hongshan couldn't wait to rush back to his wife's quarters to keep watch. I'll go with you. It's time these old bones of mine got some exercise too. The longevity ancestor slowly stood up, his presence suddenly changing. It's time these old bones of mine got some exercise too. Meanwhile, I was in the womb, marveling at how good it is to be alive. Plus, I've checked in at the underworld, accumulating rules and powers over 1,000 years. I'm already 1,000 years ahead of others at the starting line. How powerful will I become? But unexpectedly, there's a baby girl next to me. She's sound asleep with her eyes closed. I actually have a little sister. Nice, I'll have someone to play with in the future. Seeing that my sister hasn't woken up yet, I began to merge with the ancient god-demon body. Who knows how much time passed? When the baby girl in the womb finally opened her eyes, 100 lifetimes have passed. No one can stop me from becoming the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor is the supreme existence of the world, the true ruler of the 3 realms. These 100,000 years of preparation have all been to pave the way for becoming the Eternal Emperor. This life, I've every confidence I'll become the Eternal Emperor. Li Chengxi looked to her side. Over there was a baby boy. She didn't expect to have a brother in this life. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the side room, 7 or 8 midwives were busy at work. Soon one of the midwives announced, "Congratulations, patriarch, it's a baby girl." Those waiting outside the door all let out a sigh of relief. Of everyone present, only the patriarch and the longevity ancestor knew the secret of the ancestor. The rest simply believed it was just an ordinary child being born. No one paid it much attention. At that moment, a loud boom came from the clear sky. Clusters of golden auspicious clouds gathered for thousands of miles around. A chasm 1,000 meters long split open in the sky. A stream of purple energy spilled out from it. As this energy appeared, everyone in the Lee family felt overwhelming pressure. Some who weren't strong enough could barely even breathe. Unexpectedly, the baby girl floated up from the roof, suspended in midair, absorbing the purple ki from the heavens. You could clearly sense how the baby girl's vitality grew stronger as she absorbed the purple ki. Her life force grew increasingly powerful. Even many seasoned cultivators couldn't compare to the baby girl's energy. The spectacle left everyone present stunned. Li Hongshan stiffly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. Who would have thought the ancestor's reincarnation would even attract the legendary primal purple ki? What terrifying potential must she have to do that? Yet after the baby girl absorbed all the purple ki, the cry of a newborn echoed through the room again. The midwife shouted to the courtyard, "Congrats, patriarch. You've been blessed with one child." Li Hongshan smiled with joy, even happier than when the ancestor returned. Although the ancestor has unparalleled talent, her status is too lofty. From now on, he'll have to act according to her will. But this baby boy is his true successor. No matter what his talent is, he would raise his son to be the strongest under the heavens. Just as he pondered this, another thunderous roar erupted in the sky, even louder and more deafening than before. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Many clan members were so frightened by the sound, they collapsed to the ground. A 10,000-mile-long rift tore across the sky. On the other side of the rift, giants, each tens of thousands of meters tall, arrived flying. There were ethereal immortal lords and demonic sovereigns overflowing with dark power. The sky was filled with immortal and demon lords standing side by side. By the count, there were at least 10,000 of them. So many immortal and demon lords densely packed together. The terrifying pressure made the whole world tremble. In the longevity realm, many reclusive powerhouses with thousands of years of cultivation felt suffocated as the immortals and demons appeared. These mighty beings all felt as if they couldn't breathe. The longevity ancestor gazed up at the sky, his deep eyes trembling. Immortals and demons descending together. Could it mean the immortal demon war is about to start? As everyone knows, immortals and demons can never coexist. If they appear together, it can only mean disaster. Or perhaps the longevity ancestor glanced toward the sleeping quarters. The ancestor's talent is simply too overwhelming. Even immortals and demons can't tolerate it. He just couldn't figure out why they would descend now. However, connecting this to the incident with the ancestress just now, everything seems to be explained. The ancestress's talent is heaven-defying, unacceptable to the three realms. The immortals and demons joined forces to crusade against her. While he was lost in thought, there was another crack from the bedroom. The green tiles on the roof all shattered, and the baby boy flew out from the roof, floating in mid-air. The baby boy looked at the phantoms of immortals and demons in the sky and giggled. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled, and thousands of immortals and demons bowed down, kneeling before the baby boy. The scene was incredibly grand and magnificent. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, everyone witnessed this astonishing sight. When the Lee family members saw this, they were all scared witless. What on earth is going on? Why are thousands of immortals and demons kneeling to the baby boy? These are real phantoms of immortals and demons. Could it be that the baby boy's talent is so terrifying that even the immortals and demons of the heavens must submit? They couldn't even imagine what kind of talent it would take to make immortals and demons kneel at his birth. Although these thousands of immortals and demons were phantoms, their aura was definitely that of true immortals and demons, possessing the pride inherent to their kind. But now these immortals and demons were kneeling to the baby boy, which was enough to prove the baby boy has an extraordinary origin and talent. Even the longevity ancestor, who had lived for over 8,000 years, felt a thunderous boom in his head. He was so shocked he nearly met King Yoma. He was knowledgeable, and he had a theory about the baby boy's talent. This baby boy definitely possessed a terrifying god physique to make the immortals and demons submit. From this perspective, compared to the baby girl from earlier, he was far superior. Just moments ago, he thought the baby girl's birth and the phenomena she triggered were enough to shock the three realms. But after the baby boy was born, he realized what true shock really felt like. Thousands of immortals and demons kneeling. Forget seeing it. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Li Hongshan was in a state of extreme euphoria. My son has the potential of a great emperor. This is truly wonderful. How could he not be shocked? His two children, one drew primordial violet ki, and the other made thousands of immortals and demons kneel. Their talents were both heaven-defying. Ancestor, did you make a mistake? Could this baby boy be the reincarnation of the ancestress? In terms of talent, the baby boy is much stronger. If you said he was the ancestress, it would be more believable. The longevity ancestor was stunned for a moment. Before replying, there's no mistake. That baby girl is the reincarnation of the ancestress. There won't be an issue with gender. It's clearly written in the ancestral records. The ancestress was a woman. She became an empress 100,000 years ago. She was the famous Empress Chengxi. Speaking of that name, many of the older generation still remember her, and in the square in front of the ancestral hall stands a magnificent statue. It was carved in the image of Empress Chengxi from 100,000 years ago. How could there be a mistake? Li Hongshan's mouth twitched, feeling like his brain was overloaded. Sigh. The ancestress prepared for 100,000 years, yet she's not even as good as a newborn baby boy. If she knew this, would she die of anger? Inside the bedroom, there was a large hole in the roof. The scene outside was clearly visible. Li Chengxi lay in her swaddling clothes, looking at the sky. Her eyes nearly popped out seeing the immortals and demons. Could this be the eternal immortal demon god physique? During these 100,000 years, she had researched countless ancient ruins and learned that within these three realms, there are a total of 36,000 types of cultivation physics. Ranked first is the eternal immortal demon god physique. With this physique, whether cultivating as an immortal or a demon, one can reach the ultimate realm. It's considered the greatest of all time. My brother actually has the eternal immortal demon god physique. Thinking of this, she smiled somewhat bitterly. She never imagined that after 100,000 years of preparation, she would still lose in the end. And she lost right at birth. She lost so completely. Although I lost in terms of physique, your future achievements will never match mine. Li Chengxi had prepared for this life for 100,000 years. The primordial earth fetus and supreme earth bone were just the beginning. Later on, there were many opportunities and treasures she could integrate. And most importantly, the 100,000 years of cultivation experience is something a newborn can never hope to match. Thinking of this, Li Chengxi felt much better. But immediately after, I signed in at the side room again. I obtained a bottle of profound spirit liquid. There was no one in the room. I held the jade bottle and gulped it down. Before long, the entire bottle was finished. After absorbing the liquid, I was very satisfied. This body was much tougher than I had imagined. A little bit of liquid was left in the bottle. I looked at my sister next to me, dipped my finger into the bottle, and put it into her mouth. My sister's furrowed brow relaxed. It seemed that because of the liquid, she was sleeping even more soundly. The door was pushed open, and a man and a woman walked in, along with an old man with white eyebrows. The ancestress specifically chose to reincarnate on the day of 9 luminary heavenly suns. Naturally, she expects to gain great opportunities during the blessing. We must help the ancestress complete her blessing. He then took out a stone about 3 feet square. Liu Menglin felt this spiritual aura and her spirit was refreshed. There's actually such a large mutton fat spirit jade fetus in the world. The mutton fat spirit jade fetus is a jade with gentle spiritual energy.
If a baby wears it,
it can subtly improve their physique. Even a mortal body can be turned into a genius. In my swaddling clothes, seeing such a large jade fetus, I was secretly shocked. Such a big jade fetus. It looks like I'm going to enjoy some good fortune. However, the next moment I saw my little sister lying in the middle of it. My talent is stronger. Why is my sister absorbing it first? Could my dad think I'm not his biological child? After setting down the jade fetus, the patriarch and the ancestor left. Only Li Menglen remained in the room, responsible for taking care of the two children. Seeing me close my eyes and drift off to sleep, Liu Menglen also lay on the bed to rest.
Hearing my mother's steady breathing,
I opened my eyes. I looked at the jade fetus with shining eyes. I obtained a treasure, immortal fetus jade dew, from an underworld sign-in. It's worth 100 times more than the jade fetus. However, this immortal fetus jade dew is aggressive in nature and isn't suitable for a newborn baby. I'm thinking of absorbing some of the jade fetus first to improve my physique before absorbing the jade dew. As for taking my sister's share, I can just return it later. I stretched out my chubby little hand and gave the edge of the jade fetus a hard pull. A small corner of the jade fetus immediately broke off. I put this small corner in my mouth and swallowed it directly. The spirit jade embryo enters my body, transforms into a vast energy spreading throughout my body. This energy is hundreds of times stronger than the mystical spirit liquid. An hour passes in the blink of an eye. A ray of light ignites inside me, forming the outline of a human figure. The left outline is golden. The right outline is pitch black. Celestial demonic divine body. Half celestial, half demon. Gold represents the celestial. Black represents the demon. This outline is just a dotted line for now. Once the outline is fully formed into a human figure, the celestial demonic divine body will have reached minor completion. Eating this is truly satisfying. Let me have another piece. Just like that. I grip the corner of the shower platform with my little hand and break off another small piece. On top of the shower platform, Li Chengxi is lying in a perfect spot. This is the shower platform I collected back then. Ever since preparing for the reincarnation of 100 lifetimes, Li Chengxi started gathering all kinds of treasures, sent them down to the lower world using the heavenly realm stone, and left a family rule for the descendants to collect treasures for her too. All in preparation for the chance at reincarnation in 100,000 years. Only 20 days left. It'll be the 9 solar celestial sun day. I must get my primal chaos earth embryo to minor completion to receive celestial sun's blessing. The 9 solar celestial sun only appears once every 10,000 years. If I succeed, I can retain a celestial sunfire seed in my body, nurture it well in the future, and it might even become a supreme celestial flame. All to wait for this chance. He's even played the reincarnation game for 3,000 years. This little guy dares to snatch the local shower platform. Li Chengxi suddenly notices. My hand reaches out towards the corner of the shower platform, and I actually break off a small piece and stuff it in my mouth. Looking again at that corner, there's a fist-sized hole dug out. Clearly all these pieces have been eaten. This sight nearly made the Empress explode with anger. Damn you, you actually ate my shower platform. Even in the ancient wilds, finding such a big shower platform is no easy task. I was hoping to rely on this platform to reach minor completion of the primal chaos earth embryo in 20 days, and then absorb it slowly, which would definitely let the embryo reach full completion. But now, however much this brat absorbs, that's how much less I have. This is blatant robbery. As the Empress, how can I watch my treasure simply get snatched by some brat? She reaches her hand from the side and forcefully pushes the baby boy's shoulder. This wasn't even a strong push, but since the baby was lying on his side, he toppled right over and instantly woke me up. What's going on? Why is my little sister so mischievous? A newborn baby, still in the developmental stage. No matter how strong the body is, that fact can't be changed. Li Chengxi shoots a fierce glare at the baby boy. That look says brat. This shower platform is all mine. Don't even think of taking it. She then stretches out her little hand to the edge of the shower platform, breaks off a piece the size of a peanut, and pops it into her mouth. Seeing this scene, I'm amused my little sister is pretty smart. She actually copied me and ate the shower platform. Okay, let's see. Which of us can eat more? So it goes like this. The baby boy and the baby girl start a devouring contest. You take one piece, I take one. We're both having a blast. After a nap, Liu Menglen stretches, sees the two kids eating the spirit jade embryo, and is nearly scared to death. They're eating the spirit jade embryo. My god, even though it's gentle in spirit, eating it directly like that could still make its energy explode inside them. A small mistake could cause meridian disorder, or even body explosion and death. But judging by the kids' condition, not only are they unharmed after eating it, their bodies are growing even stronger. These bodies are beyond what I could imagine. Liu Menglen finally acknowledges her own lack of experience and realizes she vastly underestimated how powerful those bodies are. Eat some more, he breaks off another piece of the shower platform himself, splits it into peanut-sized bits, and places them by my side. Yeah. I give a big toothy grin. Mom's the best. Turns out it's true. That so-called father is always siding with my sister. Totally biased. Li Chengxi almost passes out from rage. This is the local shower platform. Not only are you not defending the local, you even secretly shared it with that brat. You two are clearly in this together. But all these complaints stay in her heart. Nobody else can see it. As a newborn baby, she can only watch her treasure getting snatched away by this brat, bit by bit. Soon, 2 days pass. The originally square shower platform is now missing a huge chunk. I ate more than half of it. Li Chengxi only ate a small portion. As for Liu Menglen in the room, he's more partial to the baby boy. So he just let the two of them be. In his view, no matter which child, eating the shower platform only makes them stronger. Clearly, that's a good thing. As long as it's safe, finishing all of it shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, I float to the center of the room, emitting two kinds of light, golden on the left, black on the right. At first, the two beams of light were just dotted outlines. Now they've solidified into a human figure. Liu Menglen stares at my body, a sense of dread rising within her. Even breathing becomes difficult. This is a divine body. How long has it been since the minor completion? The divine body actually reached minor completion. The speed is insane. It's all thanks to the shower platform. Otherwise, I couldn't have made such progress so fast. Li Chengxi senses the aura of the divine body, looks up at the baby boy, and is almost driven insane with anger. You actually snatched so much of my shower platform. I'll fight you for it. This shower platform was my way to reach the great completion of the primal chaos earth embryo. Now that the brat ate so much, there probably won't be enough left. Her blood boils, rushing straight to her head. This former empress passes out from rage. I notice my little sister acting odd. Why did little sis faint? Guess I was too intimidating and scared her. She just got born, doesn't know anything yet. Getting scared by me is normal. I land back on the bed and look at the shower platform. At first, the platform was nice and square, looked like a big block. Now it looks chewed up by a rat. A small corner is missing from the top. It was Li Chengxi who ate it. A large chunk was missing from the middle. I was the one who ate it. My body is obviously stronger than my little sister's, so I absorbed things faster. I rolled over to the edge of the bed, reached out and broke off another big piece of the shower platform, back when I was absorbing before. My sister would take pieces the size of peanuts, while mine were about the size of a quail egg, 4 or 5 times bigger than my sister's portions. Now the chunk I broke off is about the size of a regular chicken egg, 4 or 5 times larger than a quail egg. After becoming smaller, every aspect of my body became 100 times stronger. My absorption speed will improve a lot too. Absorbing this much at once is no problem. I broke the big chunk of shower platform into smaller pieces. Ate every bit of them. Once I finished absorbing one piece, I broke off another egg-sized chunk and swallowed that down. Just like that, I kept absorbing pieces one after another. After finishing it all, I even broke off a small piece for my sister and stuffed it in her mouth. Don't be shy, little sis. Let's eat together and absorb more. That's the only way to get proper blessings. You fell asleep. I'm helping you out, so don't say I treat you badly. From day to night, then to dawn, I ate for myself and kept feeding my sister, having the time of my life. A ray of sunlight shone through the window at dawn, landing on the baby girl's face. Li Chengxi raised her tiny hand to block the sunlight. Her eyes slowly opened. Why is this a soft bed? Wasn't I lying on the shower platform? How did I end up here? My vision gradually cleared. The first thing I saw was the profile of the baby boy. He seemed to be putting something in his mouth. My vision got even clearer. Now I could see clearly. That was my shower platform in his hand. That's a huge chunk. My gaze moved past the baby boy, toward where the shower platform was. I remember the shower platform being right here. Why is it gone? Did someone move it? Or is it in a different spot? I searched the area with my eyes, but couldn't find any trace of the shower platform. The baby boy made a new move, catching her attention. The boy crawled toward the edge of the bed. He bent down and reached under the bed, as if feeling around for something. The baby boy brought his hand back up. There was now a huge chunk of shower platform in what had been an empty hand. That chunk in his hand was nearly the size of half a bun. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it in a few bites. Li Chengxi was completely stunned. Before this, it took him 2 days to absorb that much shower platform. Now the baby boy ate in one bite what would have lasted him 2 days. This was his hard-earned treasure, meant to be used for cultivating the primordial platform. Who would have thought this kid would get it instead? He quickly crawled toward the edge of the bed, stuck his head out to look down. What I saw next left me reeling. After seeing that, I was completely dumbfounded. The shower platform, once 3 feet square, was almost entirely eaten up. Only a small piece about half a foot long remained. The rest had all been eaten by that kid. My shower platform. Give me back my shower platform. This former empress was so angry her blood was surging all the way to her head. She had just woken up and fainted again. I looked at my sister in surprise. How come she just woke up and fell asleep again? Your little body really can't handle this. Let Big Brother help you out. I flipped my tiny hand over and took a jade bottle out of my spatial ring. Immortal fetal jade dew, a type of celestial dew born between heaven and earth. It's extremely nourishing for fetuses, even stronger than spirit jade essence. Not suitable as the initial body-nourishing liquid for fetuses. I've already had plenty of spirit jade essence, which has made my body much stronger. So now I can absorb this immortal fetal dew. The reason I've been grabbing my sister's spirit jade essence these days was to get ready to take the immortal fetal dew. I opened the bottle cap, dipped my finger in and got some liquid, and put it in my sister's mouth. This immortal fetal dew is pretty valuable, sis. Easily worth more than all that shower platform we used up. After taking this immortal fetal dew, Li Chengxi smiled in her sleep, as if she was having a sweet dream. I swallowed the immortal fetal jade dew, laying on the soft bed, absorbing the raging energy inside me. With the foundation built by spirit jade essence, absorbing the immortal fetal dew became much easier. After a long while from my tiny body, bursts of dazzling light shot out. A terrifying aura exploded toward the heavens. Above the 9 heavens, a giant god over 10,000 feet tall took shape. Head above the sky, feet planted in the abyss, standing like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The giant god had 2 colors on his body. The left side was golden, shrouded in a misty immortal aura. The right side was black. Like endless demonic energy from the abyss, this divine figure was massive. Everyone for thousands of miles around could see the sight. Many common folk fell to their knees, kneeling and bowing to the giant god. Even many cultivators, after sensing the giant god's aura, collapsed to the ground in terror. In the midst of the 100,000 mountains stood the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. An elder of heavenly secrets sat atop the tall tower, looking in the direction of the giant god. 2 heavenly stars have arisen in the Li family. They are destined to shake the world to its core. Next to the old man was a girl, probably a disciple. I've heard the Li family has a heavenly star, but now there are 2 of them. At the mention of heavenly stars, the girl's eyes went wide, full of shock. The appearance of a heavenly star means someone with incredible destiny will be born. And this time, there are 2 of them. It goes to show that the Li family's luck is truly sky-high. She nodded slightly to the old man from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The 2 heavenly stars reflected each other. I fear nothing can stop the rise of the Li family. In a forbidden tower inside the ancient Ji family, An elder who had been in seclusion for years slowly opened his eyes. If outsiders found out that the Ji family's ancestor was still alive, they'd be shocked out of their minds. When the old man sensed the god's aura, his pupils shrank fiercely. Could this be the legendary immemorial celestial demon physique? Why would it appear within the realm of immortality? He'd only seen it in some ancient texts. There were barely a few words describing the celestial demon physique. If it wasn't for one distinctive feature of this physique, that's so obvious, where immortals and demons coexist, he probably wouldn't have identified it. A gigantic incarnation. Has this immemorial celestial demon physique already reached its peak? Thinking that the celestial demon physique might be perfected, the old man gasped in shock. Where's the patriarch? A sharp shout sounded. The voice came from the Forbidden's grounds. Shortly after, a burly middle-aged man appeared in the pavilion. Greetings, Ancestor Tianya. Ji Hao knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Do you know the origin of the giant god avatar? Ancestor Tianya asked. For all these years, he had been in secluded cultivation.
Today.
It was because the aura of the giant god avatar was too terrifying that he was jolted out of his meditative state. Ji Hao lowered his head and replied, if I'm not mistaken, this divine avatar comes from the elder of the Li family. I have only been in seclusion for 100 years, yet such a powerful expert has risen in the Li family. Ancestor Tanya looked through the window at the giant god in the sky. There was a flicker of demonic intent in his eyes. Be wary of the grand completion of the divine body. I fear no one will be able to stop it. Hearing the words grand completion of the divine body, Ji Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes nearly popping out of his sockets. What? You say this divine body has already reached grand completion? Although he had seen the giant god avatar, he didn't know why it had appeared. Naturally, it is true. Although Ancestor Tianya was unwilling to admit it, he could not change the fact. No way. Ji Hao's expression was quite vivid, as if he had seen something extremely unbelievable. Recently, 2 children were born in the Li family. That baby boy attracted thousands of immortals and demons to bow down. In just 15 days, the baby boy's divine body reached grand completion? This talent is just too terrifying. The divine body is the most powerful physique in the world. Every divine body possesses terrifying cultivation talent. There are 2 realms for the divine body. Initial success and grand completion. With each level of improvement, one's talent increases by dozens or even hundreds of times. Some terrifying divine bodies even, upon breaking through to the grand completion realm, can increase their talent by thousands or tens of thousands of times. The eternal immortal demon divine body was already terrifying enough. Now that it has reached the grand completion realm, how frightening will it become? It's hard to imagine. What? 15 days? Ancestor Tianya's face was filled with bewilderment and shock. His body trembled as he spoke. He had thought that this person with the grand completion demonic god body was someone who had cultivated for decades or even hundreds of years. He never dreamed it would be a child born only 10 or so days ago. Ancestor, should we find an opportunity to get rid of that baby boy? Ji Hao made a throat-slitting gesture. The Ji and Li families are both ancient clans. There is some friction between them. They only maintain a facade of civility. Now that the Li family has produced a divine son with such heaven-defying talent, if he is allowed to develop, he will likely become a major threat to the Ji family in the future. Absolutely not. Ancestor Tanya hurriedly waved his hand, his tone somewhat heavy. Since this child could, in such a short time, achieve the grand completion of the eternal immortal demon divine body, he must be blessed with great fortune. Our Ji family should befriend him, not antagonize him. Ji Hao never expected that the ancestor would think so highly of that newborn child. Since the ancestor had decided to befriend him, they would strengthen the relationship between the 2 clans and become allies in the future. At the main entrance of the Li family residence, Li Hongshen, who had been away for several days, finally returned. He was in a good mood, but upon seeing that giant god avatar in the sky, his expression turned to one of utter shock. His body turned into a streak of light. As he flew toward his own courtyard, Ancestor Changshan was also in the courtyard, gazing up at the giant god in the sky. Ancestor, what is going on? Ancestor Changsheng turned his head stiffly.
If I'm not mistaken.
The eternal immortal demon divine body has reached grand completion. What? Li Hongshan gulped hard. My son's divine body reached grand completion? It's only been a few days. How could it be so fast? He never would have thought that while he was just visiting the Forbidden Grounds and returning in less than 5 days, the divine body would have already reached grand completion. The speed was simply too fast. Ancestor Changsheng looked toward the bedroom and said, "Go to your wife's room. Perhaps we will find the answer there." Li Hongshan pushed open the door first. At first glance, he saw me sitting on the bed. At second glance, he saw Li Chengxi also lying on the bed. Finally, he was shocked to discover that the originally square-shaped, mutton-fat jade fetus was now only a small piece about half a foot long. Its size was only about 10% of what it was before. This scene finally made Li Hongshan realize what had happened. He felt like his brain was about to explode. My son's divine body has reached grand completion. He was certainly extremely excited. It wouldn't matter even if he ate it all. But that spirit jade fetus belongs to the ancestral land, letting me eat so much. I feel a little panicked. I'm afraid that if the ancestral land blames us, I'll be in big trouble. The ancestral land has gone through 100 cycles of reincarnation and cultivated for 100,000 years. Their methods are heavenly. How can a newborn baby boy possibly contend with that? Although the baby boy's divine body is now at grand completion, and his future growth speed will be faster than the baby girl's, he still won't be a match for the ancestral land in the future. Ancestor Changsheng was also panicking. He slapped his forehead suddenly. He had felt a bit uneasy these past few days. But Li Hongshan was out, and Liu Menglan was alone with the 2 children, nursing them and such. It wasn't appropriate for him to visit the side chamber alone. No one would have thought that in just a few days, such a major event would occur. To be honest, with my divine body reaching grand completion, as the ancestor, he was naturally happy. But how was he to explain this to the ancestral land? Li Hongshan took a few steps to the bedside and held Liu Menglan's shoulders with both hands. Menglan here loves to eat the mutton-fat spirit jade fetus. But why didn't you stop him? Eating like this is too dangerous. He could have easily exploded and died. I saw here was fine after eating it, so I didn't intervene. Liu Menglan broke into a cold sweat. Her back was soaked with sweat. Now thinking about the dangerous consequences, she was also panicked. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, how could she explain? Sigh. Li Hongshan sighed. You were really careless. The spirit jade fetus was prepared for both children. You let here eat it all. What is Chengxi supposed to absorb? Chengxi also ate the spirit jade fetus, but her speed was much slower than Here's, so the jade fetus was all eaten by Here. Liu Menglan didn't think it was a problem at all. After all, they are both her children. Carrying one or holding the other, they are both precious. Isn't there still about 10% of the spirit jade fetus left? Here doesn't need it now, so leave it for Chengxi to eat. As a mother, she clearly favored me. You, Li Hongshan sighed. He walked out of the room with the ancestor. They came to the courtyard. Ancestor, what should we do now? With only that much of the spirit jade fetus left, my son's absorption is certainly a good thing. But how can we explain this to the ancestral land? Ancestor Changsheng sighed, his white eyebrows furrowed. Sigh, in the treasure vault of the Forbidden Grounds, there are still some treasures for nurturing infants. But none are as effective as the spirit jade fetus. We can only take them out to make do for now. I hope the ancestral land won't blame us. It was quite helpless. The dignified ancestral land, the supreme powerhouse who has gone through 100 reincarnations, actually lost a competition for resources to a baby boy. If word of this got out, those who used to know the ancestral land would probably laugh their heads off. That's all we can do. Through the open door, Li Hongshan looked at the small piece of spirit jade fetus on the ground. About 10% of the spirit jade fetus remains. It should be enough for the ancestral land's divine body to reach initial success. There's still half a month until the full moon blessing. It should be in time. The 9 luminaries' heavenly sun blessing was chosen by the ancestral land. Naturally, it cannot be missed. They believed that for the sake of the 9 luminaries' heavenly sun, the ancestral land must have other preparations. This time, they would surely obtain the Heavenly Sun blessing and get the Heavenly Sun seed. After discussing, the two returned to the house again. This room is very spacious. There are 3 beds in total. Previously, the 2 children slept on the middle bed. Liu Menglan kept watch on the bed by the window. Li Hongshan picked up the baby girl and placed her on the bed by the wall.
He wrapped her swaddling cloth tightly.
He picked up the shower platform from the floor and put it in the corner of the room. From now on, the 2 children will sleep separately. The remaining piece of the shower platform belongs solely to Shengxi. He wouldn't let Here take it again. Anyway, the divine body has fully formed. There's no need for this anymore. On the surface, they still have to speak for the ancestral land. The baby was just born. She can only crawl for now. She can't walk yet. Even though the divine body is powerful, everything still proceeds as with normal people, developing slowly, step by step. But possessing a divine body means we develop faster than ordinary people. It's easier to embark on the path of cultivation. Menglin, you can't favor Heng anymore. Chengxi is our child too.
He needs to absorb spiritual jade essence and grow as well.
Liu Menglin nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of both of them." Li Hongshan squatted beside the bed, staring at the smiling baby boy. He spoke softly. "Henger, you can't take your sister's things anymore. You have to be good." "Okay," I instinctively replied. The moment I said, "Okay," Li Hongshan's hair stood on end. He rubbed his ears, wondering if he misheard. A normal baby wouldn't be able to speak until around 1 year old. And even then, only simple things, like words for parents. But I'm only 10 days old, and already speaking. He twisted his stiff neck, and looked at Liu Menglin, who was equally stunned. "Did I hear wrong just now?" Here said, "Okay." "No, I heard it too." Liu Menglin also felt a jolt in her heart upon hearing her son speak. She was shocked inside. A baby slowly learns about the world, and gradually understands right from wrong, what should be said, and how to respond. If I already understand what they're saying, that would really make me a genius. My heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat appeared on my back. Almost got exposed. The underworld check-in is my secret. Holding on to memories from my previous life is also a secret. These 2 things absolutely can't be revealed to outsiders, to avoid unnecessary trouble. I'm still little now. I have no power to protect myself. It's best to stay cautious. At first I couldn't speak. Later the eternal divine body formed, allowing the divine body to grow faster. So now I can talk. Li Hongshan stared wide-eyed. He tried asking a few more questions. "Hanger, do you know what I'm saying?" "Call me daddy and I'll get you beast milk, okay?" He asked several times. The baby boy didn't respond at all, just smiling foolishly. Seeing this, the 2 finally relaxed. Earlier, maybe Hanger just happened to say that word inadvertently. He still can't speak. No need for us to try anymore. At night, a round moon rises into the sky. Inside the side room, a fist-sized luminous pearl emitted radiant light, lighting up the room. Liu Menglin felt the night breeze, and the sound of even breathing began. Clearly, she fell asleep. Li Chengxi woke up. He just had a beautiful dream, dreamed of drinking celestial dew. After waking, his body was indeed much stronger. Stronger than the effect of absorbing the shower platform. What's going on? Could it be that guy fed me something good?
Impossible.
Maybe just my imagination. After waking up, he realized he was sleeping alone on a bed. That annoying kid was a yard away. Finally putting his mind at ease. This time, you can't steal my shower platform, kid. From now on, I'll absorb things right here on my bed. Let's see how you try to take them. A baby learning to walk usually takes at least a year. The body isn't fully developed yet. These 2 beds are like a sky barrier, completely separating the 2. He doesn't have to worry about his stuff getting stolen anymore. Li Chengxi broke off a small piece of the shower platform, proudly showing it to the baby boy, then popped it in his mouth, very pleased to swallow it down.
He made up his mind.
To properly teach that kid a lesson someday. I turned my head, realized Mom was asleep, so I crawled toward the side of the bed, almost fell off the bed. Li Chengxi wasn't worried at all. This wooden bed is about 3 feet high. Even if the baby boy fell, he couldn't climb back up. A soft thud sounded. Li Chengxi instantly froze. The baby boy sat up on the bed. gently jumped to the ground and walked over to her, grinning. She swore. It was the scariest smile she'd ever seen. Like a devil. What the hell? He could already stand up. And walk? Li Chengxi's head buzzed. Like 10,000 flies were whirring around. Her brain felt like it was going to explode.
He possessed the supreme earth origin from Hongmeng.
With 2 earth-grade treasures, still unable to learn how to walk. But this baby boy already mastered walking. It's terrifying. Is this the horror of the eternal, immortal, demonic divine body? Li Chengxi felt she lost. Lost completely. Even wondered if coming back for 100 lifetimes was a mistake. I held onto the side of the bed and climbed back up. Only today did I realize that I could actually stand and walk. Even simple jumps were possible. All of this was thanks to the eternal, immortal, demonic divine body fully forming. With the divine body complete, my growth sped up, far stronger than a normal infant. I secretly cursed my dad for separating me from my sister. Does he really think that can trap me? I walked to the corner and broke off another small piece of the shower platform. Put it in my mouth. The spirit jade fetus enters my body, turning into vast energy and spreading through my physical form. How can this be? After my divine body reached grand completion, I've discovered another difference. Previously, when I absorbed the spirit jade fetus, the spiritual essence surged into my meridians like a tsunami. This time, after the essence entered my body, it was extremely docile. It's like a tsunami turned into a small stream. It has no impact on my meridians at all. It's not that the spirit jade fetus has become docile, but that my divine body is too powerful, suppressing all the surging spiritual essence. My meridians have now become like a grand canal. They can withstand even the most violent torrents. After the divine body's grand completion, the effect of the spirit jade fetus is negligible. Even if I absorb it, there won't be much effect. It seems this spirit jade fetus is useless to me now. In that case, I'll leave it for my sister. I broke off another large piece of the spirit jade fetus, opened my mouth wide, and pretended I was going to eat it. I even winked at my sister smugly. Seeing this, Li Chengxi felt extremely aggrieved. Crystal clear tears quickly welled up in her eyes. The spirit jade fetus the first went through such hardships to find. You brat, you're actually eating it all. Do you think 100 cycles of reincarnation are easy? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Finally, her tears began to flow uncontrollably. Wow, the dignified empress herself, someone who's lived for 100,000 years, was actually made to cry by me. I didn't expect my sister to be so sensitive to a joke. She just started crying over nothing. Forget it, this isn't fun anymore. I'm done playing with you. I broke the spirit jade fetus into small pieces and stuffed them into Li Chengxi's hands. Then I gave her little cheek a squeeze. Once Li Chengxi got the spirit jade fetus, she quickly stopped crying. This brat actually knows how to care for me. Even if you return the spirit jade fetus to me, I still won't forgive you. Seeing that my sister stopped crying, I quietly returned to my own bed. Now, I'll just wait for the full moon blessing. As for what kind of blessing I'll receive, I'm also quite looking forward to it. Half a month later at night, the sky was filled with dense stars. In the square of the Li family's backyard, over 10,000 clansmen gathered. For them, today is an extremely important day. The full moon blessing. The godchild and god-goddess will receive the blessing together. It also coincides with the once in 10 millennium 9 luminaries heavenly sun. This is definitely an incredibly rare blessing ceremony. There's still some time. Before the sun rises, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. The 9 luminaries heavenly sun. One can only see it once in a lifetime. I'm really looking forward to it. Who do you think will get a better blessing? From the 9 luminaries this time, the godchild or the god-goddess? It should be the godchild. After all, his divine body has already reached grand completion. The god-goddess is also very strong. I heard her divine body has reached initial success. According to legend, if one can obtain the heavenly sun blessing, a heavenly sun fire seed will be planted within their body. If it can be successfully nurtured, it will reach the level of immortal fire. To endure the heavenly sun blessing, one needs an extremely powerful constitution. I wonder if the godchild and god-goddess can withstand it. Though their divine bodies are strong, they are still just month-old infants. It will be difficult to endure such terrifying heavenly sun power. There is a high possibility of failure. No one can guarantee that 2 babies will definitely succeed. The light of dawn slowly rose in the east, to everyone's surprise. At the edge of the horizon, 9 fiery red orbs of light appeared. It looked as if 9 suns were about to rise. The crimson firelight soon dyed the horizon red. Half the sky turned a fiery red. Many commoners seeing this scene were so shocked their mouths hung open. Some farmers were so terrified they knelt directly on the ground, kowtowing toward the horizon. Heavens, 9 suns have appeared. A great drought is coming to the world again. We're finished. We're probably going to starve to death. In ancient times, there were often rumors that 9 suns once rose in the sky. When the earth was scorched by 9 suns, a great drought was inevitable. There are also legends that when the 9 suns appeared, a god named Huyi shot down 8 of them, bringing peace back to the world. In the longevity realm, many cultivators and clan members who saw this phenomenon of 9 suns rising were not as terrified as the common folk. They knew that this was just an extremely rare phenomenon. It wasn't 9 actual suns rising in the sky, but 8 stars that resembled the sun, passing very close to the longevity realm. This spectacle only occurs once every 10,000 years. On the Li family square stood a 30-meter-high sacrificial altar. 2 babies lay on the left and right sides of the altar, namely the godchild and the god-goddess, on the small platform to the right. In Li Chengxi's pupils, the spectacle of the 9 suns rising was reflected. Her small hands couldn't help but tighten. For this incredibly rare 9 luminaries blessing, I've waited for a full 3,000 years. This time, I must obtain the heavenly sun blessing. It is not easy to obtain the heavenly sun blessing. One must not only have a divine body at initial success, but also use a technique to draw in the heavenly sun's power. The two are like the trigger and the foundation. Neither can be missing. If you have the foundation but can't draw the power down, you can only watch the heavenly sun slip away. Utterly helpless, Li Chengxi turned her head to look at the baby boy on the left. Brat, let's see how you compete with me this time. Even though the boy's divine body is strong, without a technique to draw the heavenly sun, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. So she believed. The boy would only receive the most ordinary blessing. With the heavenly sun blessing, my strength will skyrocket, leaving the boy far behind. He will never be able to compete with me again. At the edge of the horizon, all 9 suns rose from the horizon. Scorching firelight illuminated the earth. At the very beginning of dawn, the temperature reached an extreme high. The crops in many fields hung their leaves, losing all their moisture. From the baby girl's body, the red dragon hidden immortal technique activated, and a fire dragon surged upward, transforming into a dragon hundreds of feet long. It flew toward the horizon at incredible speed. The aura of this fire dragon was terrifying, its pressure filling the sky. Within a 1,000-mile radius, 10,000 beasts bowed in submission to fight for the heavenly sun's power. Li Chengxi had specifically learned the red dragon hidden immortal technique. After reaching the minor achievement in the Hongmeng earthborn body, the energy within is just enough to activate this technique, but can only barely unleash it, not even 1/10,000th of its real power. When the Li family saw this fire dragon, they were instantly astonished, mouths agape. What goddess is this? That she is actually protected by a fire dragon? Could it be she has fire dragon blood flowing within her? Is this fire dragon here to seize the power of the Sun Yang? They had no idea that Li Chengxi was using some special technique. After all, she was just a newborn infant. They guessed it might be the fire dragon protecting her. When they saw the 9 radiant sun phenomenon appear, the dragon took the initiative to fight for the Sun Yang's power. Such a situation is extremely rare, but not entirely unheard of. I looked toward that fire dragon. My pupils narrowed slightly. I didn't expect my little sister to be so strong. She's even protected by a fire dragon now, helping her seize the Sun Yang's strength. Looks like I need to do something myself. I lowered my head in deep thought, considering how I could move from passive to active. I've signed in at the underworld for 1,000 years, acquiring many powerful techniques. But now that I've just turned 1 month old, I haven't officially started cultivating yet. A lot of techniques can't be used at all. My consciousness enters the system space, which is a whole other world. On the flat ground, all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures are laid out. Miraculous pills and elixirs. In one area, jade slips float in the air. Some jade slips give off terrifying auras, making it obvious they're no ordinary items. A black stone emitting billowing black smoke caught my attention. This is a technique I got by signing in at the 16th layer of hell. Heaven-swallowing art of the 10,000 demons. The heaven-swallowing art of the 10,000 demons uses blood as the medium, borrowing the power of myriad demons to devour heaven and earth. This technique doesn't require demonic energy to activate, but needs blood. The stronger the demonic energy within the blood, the more powerful the technique. You could say, this is currently the most suitable technique for me. This is it in the system space. My manifested phantom form. Looks just over 20 years old. The appearance from my previous life. The phantom grabbed the black stone and crushed it. Crack. After the stone shattered, a streak of black light merged into my brow. New memories appeared in my mind, containing the heaven-swallowing art of the 10,000 demons. There's a benefit to signing in for system techniques. Just crush them and you learn instantly. It saves a lot of tedious comprehending.
Now,
I've already mastered the method to unleash the heaven-swallowing art of the 10,000 demons. Back in the real world, the fire dragon charged towards the horizon, roaring at the 9 suns in the sky. A terrifying sound wave traveled thousands of miles, shocking all life on Earth. A horrifying suction force unleashed from the dragon's mouth. As all 9 suns fully rose, the sun in the center was largest, emitting the brightest flames, known as the Tianyang sun. 4 suns on the left and 4 on the right. Their flames and size just a little less impressive. Right after the fire dragon unleashed its might, the central Tianyang sun shined even brighter, turning the whole land red. A red beam appeared among the 4 suns on the left. Connecting them together, these 4 suns released firepower, merging into the central Tianyang sun. The 4 on the right did the same, connecting together and channeling their firepower into the central sun as well. Now, the firepower of all 9 suns had gathered together, with the central Tianyang sun bursting forth with even more dazzling light. Terrifying heat waves, like the ocean, spread from the horizon toward the land. Wherever they passed, all vegetation turned to charcoal. A beam of light shot out from the Tianyang sun, shining toward the Li family. Whoosh! Li Chengxi soared up from the altar, suspended in midair. The light beam shone on her, instantly engulfing her in flames. All those keeping watch for the Li family showed looks of joy. The Tianyang blesses the goddess. She really did draw down the power of the Sun Yang. That fire dragon is so strong it actually unleashed such terrifying might. Once the goddess is blessed by the Tianyang, her future achievements will surely surpass the divine sun. There are a few key factors in increasing one's strength. Talent is just one aspect. Opportunities are truly what determine how powerful you become. Some are born with outstanding talent, but are very unlucky afterward. Some are born with lesser talent, but gain many opportunities later on. Compared to the two, the latter will definitely be stronger. The blessing of the Tianyang is a huge advantage for the goddess, making up for her shortcomings in talent, letting her catch up to the divine sun. Li Hongshan felt the terrifying fire dragon, and his body was already trembling. No wonder it's called the ancestral domain. Such terrifying power. Only true immortals could use it, even though the Li family has many secret techniques. Compared to this fire dragon, the gap is enormous. After all, the ancestral domain produced experts from the ancient wasteland realm. Any technique they use could easily crush those in the longevity realm. Patriarch Tong Seng. Even his goat beard and white eyebrows started twitching. The ancestral domain must have prepared early for the Tianyang blessing. That fire dragon is truly a brilliant move. Any random technique they unleash in the ancestral domain is much stronger than this 8,000-year-old patriarch. By leaps and bounds, Li Hongshan looked at the unresponsive baby boy. He said regretfully, Hanger just turned 1 month old. How could he possibly understand the art of concealing his key? There's no way he can receive the blessing of the celestial sun. What a shame. It's so rare to encounter the once in 10,000 years 9 luminaries celestial sun. To miss it like this is truly unfortunate, but they can't do anything to help me. I can only rely on myself to achieve eternal life. The ancestor nodded and said, although he can't receive the blessing of the celestial sun, the eternal demon immortal physique is incredibly powerful. With proper cultivation in the future, he'll definitely be a great support to the ancestral land. When the time comes, the ancestral land will certainly not treat him unfairly. He knew the ancestral land cycles through 100 generations, all for the sake of becoming the strongest under heaven. But the path of cultivation is always a struggle against the heavens. It's never easy. Having more helpers around is always a good thing. It's Hanger's fortune to become a sworn brother of the ancestral land. It's his good luck. Li Hongshan sighed and said, the ancestral land has been preparing for 100,000 years. What kind of treasures don't they have? As long as Hanger performs well, the ancestral land will never be stingy. If just a little slips through their fingers, it's enough for him to benefit immensely. On the altar, I just opened my eyes and immediately saw a blinding light. I hurriedly used my little hand to shield my eyes from the sun. My little sister has already attracted the power of the celestial sun. I need to act quickly as well. The anomaly of the 9 luminaries celestial sun is very brief. If I miss it, I'll never have another chance in this lifetime. A drop of jet black blood with a strange black glow flowed from the tip of my finger. This was a drop of essence blood filled with overwhelming demonic energy. Extremely precious. If not for the success of my divine physique, I would never dare to use up essence blood like this. Myriad demons devouring heaven art. That drop of black blood at my fingertip shot up toward the sky. With a sizzle, the blood transformed into a cloud of black mist. Boom! A rift 10,000 feet long appeared in the sky. It was as if some terrifying demon gods had ripped it open. On the other side of the rift was a surging demonic aura. One after another, demon gods 1,000 feet tall crawled out from the rift. If you count them, you'll find the number of demon gods happens to be exactly 10,000. The terrifying demonic energy surged up, forming dense pitch-black clouds, even suppressing the light from the 9 suns. The crowd gazed up at the demon gods above, falling into panic. No one knew what was happening. The demon gods have descended. What's going on? Could it be the demon gods want to seize the power of the celestial sun too? This is terrifying. Feels like the demon god could kill me with a single sneeze. Many members of the Li clan were so frightened they ran outside. They didn't dare to stay here at all. Li Chengxi, who was absorbing the power of the celestial sun, was fully shrouded by the extreme solar fire, so she wasn't affected by the demonic energy. Just when everyone thought the demon gods would attack the eternal realm, something unexpected happened. Those 10,000 demon gods made no move to attack, but all sat down cross-legged instead, floating just above the 9th heaven. The sight of 10,000 demon gods sitting cross-legged was truly magnificent. Packed together so densely they formed a single mass, blocking out the sky and sun. With a mighty boom, one demon god unleashed a terrifying suction force, drawing upon the power of the celestial sun at the horizon. Then another boom, and another demon god released suction power. Boom after boom. All 10,000 demon gods joined in. They nearly ripped the entire sky down. It felt like the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The 9 suns on the horizon couldn't hold on any longer. The central celestial sun released a pillar of light 1,000 times thicker than before, shooting toward the Li family's direction. The other 8 suns didn't link their beams together, but each one fired a beam of light, aimed at the Li family. Each pillar of light was 100 times thicker than the one Li Shengxi absorbed. Wushai soared into the air, and all 9 beams shone upon me. The golden light engulfed him. Within the golden radiance was an unimaginable force of solar fire, which instantly scattered the 10,000 demon gods in the sky. But it didn't matter. The 10,000 demon gods had already completed their mission, successfully drawing in the power of the celestial sun. Normally, demon gods cannot absorb the power of the celestial sun. Their main role is simply to draw the celestial sun's force from the heavens, to bestow its blessing on me. The radiance of the 9 converging suns was blindingly bright, so everyone in the Li family shielded their eyes. A few who reacted a bit too slowly just glanced at the spot where the beams converged, and blood oozed from their eye sockets. Only those with powerful cultivation could shield their eyes with spiritual energy and look skyward. Li Hongshan nearly cracked his turtle shell on the ground. He could barely keep his mouth from dropping wide open. Damn, seeing this scene. Even the normally refined young master cursed out loud. 10,000 demon gods actually attracted the celestial sun's power for Hanger. That's just terrifying. That scene just now was stunning. 10,000 demon gods, thousands of feet tall, simultaneously performed their arts to attract the suns at the horizon. With that terrible suction force, the sky almost collapsed. If this method was used to draw in spiritual energy, it could probably gather all the eternal realm at once. How is anyone else supposed to compete? Hanger is clearly being protected by 10,000 demons. He couldn't figure out how these 10,000 demons showed up, so he could only guess it was the protection of the 10,000 demons. Only that explanation made sense. Hanger has the eternal immortal demon physique. Whether immortal or demon, it's the strongest divine body. So having 10,000 demons as guardians is natural. The eternal ancestor's body kept trembling, his white hair flying wildly behind him. This is the 9-demon blessing. The legendary 9-demon blessing. The blessings bestowed by the 9 solar celestial sun are divided into several levels. The effects of these blessings vary dramatically. For example, the blessing that Li Chengxi received before. It was called the celestial sun blessing. The central solar sun is the main force. The 8 surrounding suns assist, gathering the power of the sunfire. Bestowing the blessing. This kind of blessing is already extremely powerful and terrifying. Not only does it require a strong shadow, but you also need a strong physique to fuse with the blessing. It is said that throughout eternity, the 9 solar celestial sun has appeared only 5 times, including this time with Li Chengxi. Across millions of generations, the 9 solar celestial sun has appeared 10,000 times, yet only 5 people have ever received the celestial sun blessing.
Its rarity is unimaginable.
The 9 solar blessing. All 9 suns release their sunfire power, jointly bestowing the blessing. Its effects are 1,000 times stronger than the celestial sun blessing. In all of history, the 9 solar blessing only exists in legends. No one has ever been known to receive it. Now I have accomplished it. The terrifying ancient immortal demon god physique. All demons together channel the celestial sun's power, finally led to the appearance of the 9 solar blessing. Even the ancestor of longevity saw it only in an ancient text, just a few words, and never imagined that he could witness the 9 solar blessing in his lifetime. Old Hongshan is really doubting whether the ancestral land reincarnated into the wrong body, becoming a boy instead. If this baby boy is the ancestral land, everything makes sense. No matter how powerful the ancestral land appears, they can accept it and are willing to believe. But the ancestral land isn't the baby boy. It's the baby girl. The ancestral land's 100,000 years of preparation can't even match a newborn baby boy, and still falls short by a large margin. This would be enough to drive the ancestral land crazy. Just as expected, the baby girl, absorbing the power of the celestial sun in the sky, suddenly lost control of her body and fell from the sky. During the fall, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted from her lips. Li Hongshan quickly flew into the air and caught the baby girl securely in his arms. "Are you okay, Zudi?" Zudi, in a moment of panic, even called out the words Zudi, without meaning to. Luckily, the location was quite high up, and the voice wasn't loud, so none of the clansmen could hear. When Li Chengxi heard the term ancestral land, his little face turned from black to pale. He now feels that those words are a humiliation. It's better not to call it. The more you say it, the angrier he gets. I, the emperor, prepared for 100,000 years through hundreds of reincarnations, yet can't even win against a baby boy. What a waste of life, witnessing the 9 demonic blessing. Such an unprecedented phenomenon. Losing mental composure, almost fell into madness, barely holding on to my body. I managed to fuse the power of the celestial sun completely, but my body suffered serious injuries as well. Burning with rage, a fresh mouthful of blood was spit out again. The empress rolled her eyes and fainted from anger. Li Hongshan sighed helplessly and shook his head slightly. Really born at the wrong time. If the ancestral emperor had been born a few years later, he wouldn't have had to face such a freak like me. But if he was born a few years later, he'd be even less of a match for me. But my son here is truly strong. He definitely shows the qualities of greatness. Up in the sky, a blazing ball of light engulfed me. The power of the celestial sun poured into my skin through 36,000 pores, entered my body. Every cell was scalded intensely by the sunfire. All became burning hot. An ordinary person subjected to so much sunfire would instantly burst into furious flames and be reduced to ashes, just like my sister Li Xiaocheng's primordial earth womb. She couldn't fuse such domineering sunfire either. But I possess the perfected ancient immortal demon god body. My physical body is terrifyingly strong, so fusing this sunfire is naturally no problem. The sunfire kept seeping into my body, like a huge furnace, becoming hotter and hotter. Even with an immortal demon god physique, the fusion process was extremely painful. But who am I? My willpower is terrifyingly strong. I endured sweeping the underworld for 1,000 years. Very few mortals could do so. No matter how painful, I bit down and didn't utter a single sound. More and more sunfire fused this way. My body was further tempered, elevated to another fearsome level. The baby boy's body glowed bright red, like red-hot iron. Every cell, all organs were refined to their extremes. Nearly an hour passed. The ball of light enveloping my body finally faded away. In the left Danshan area, a cluster of golden flames appeared. After sensing the aura of these flames, I was ecstatic. These are the 9 young immortal flames. To master them at barely a month old, the power of the immortal flames is astonishing. Li Chengxi wanted the celestial sun blessing, primarily to obtain the celestial sun flame seed. It's just a flame seed. It needs to be nurtured carefully. Absorb some flame power. Only then can it become true immortal flames. But receiving the 9 solar celestial sun blessing not only greatly enhances the divine body, but also grants an immortal flame outright. 9 yang immortal flame. The immortal flame condensed by the fusion of 9 suns is 100 times stronger than the celestial sun immortal flame. Immortal flames can burn all things. It will definitely become my strongest trump card. Who dares to mess with me? Throw an immortal flame and it's done. Problem solved right away. The greatest reward from this full moon blessing is definitely the 9 yang immortal flame. The second is having my divine body tempered by yang fire. It's become unimaginably powerful. It will have a profound influence on my future cultivation. The 9 radiant celestial sun is rising. Soon after, the 8 smaller suns disappeared. I finished absorbing the power of the celestial sun and landed back on the altar. All the disciples of the Li family raised their arms and cheered for the divine sun. Divine sun, divine sun. Once again, they've witnessed his incredible might. Now they believe that before long, the divine sun is destined to become the strongest under heaven. He will lead the Li family into a new era of glory. 3 years later, in a spacious courtyard, the flower beds are in full bloom, and several rainbow-colored butterflies dance among the flowers. By the bamboo pavilion, 2 children are standing there. The little boy has big eyes and a handsome face. I'm sure when he grows up, he'll be a real gentleman admired by all. The girl's skin is fair, and her chubby little face is super adorable. The boy stretches out his hand, and a gray butterfly lands in his palm. Sis, look at the pattern on this butterfly's back. It looks like some sort of linen thread. I've given it a nice name. I hold the butterfly up for my sister to see. Isn't linen butterfly a good name? Annoyed, Li Chengxi shoves the boy's hand away. The butterfly gets scared and instantly flies off. Linen butterfly, don't fly away. I'm a bit speechless now. Aren't little girls supposed to love butterflies and flowers and things like that? Why is my sister so different? At such a young age, she likes swords and knives and stuff. Who would dare marry her when she grows up? 3 years have flown by, and the 2 kids have both gotten a lot taller. Now they can run and jump, and even climb rooftops and rip tiles off. Looks like they're almost ready to start cultivating. I'm really looking forward to training. Plus, I want to see just how fast I'll improve with the eternal wonder demon god body.
Tap, tap, tap.
Li Hongshan walks over to the kids with heavy steps. and stops beside them. You're only just 3 years old. No training yet. I'm taking you to a special place. Dad, where are we going? Didn't you say we could start training once we turn 3? I lift my head up, looking at this big, burly, middle-aged man. Cultivation can wait. There's something more important than training. Li Hongshan crouches down and gently rubs the boy's head. Both kids have been talking for a while, and they're both really smart. As for our ancestor, that's understandable. After all, he's lived for 100,000 years. But me, being a genius at just 3 is a real surprise. No one expected it, so they credit our intelligence to the eternal wonder demon god body. With a body like that, it's normal to be a bit smarter. The Li family's residence is as big as a whole city. It covers a massive area. In the back, there is a huge training ground covering thousands of acres, with a giant stone stele towering 100 feet high right next to it. At the top of the stele are the words Eternal Divine Body Ranking carved into it. Li Hongshan carries a child in each arm and walks to the front of the stone stele. Now you two can touch the stele and try to enter the Eternal Divine Ranking. In the world of cultivators, there's a divine ranking called the Eternal Divine Ranking. The divine ranking includes many different trials, like testing your divine body, divine power, and so on. Anyone who can make the ranking will gain a heaven-defying opportunity. As long as you seize it, you can soar to new heights. But to enter the divine ranking, there's one more requirement. You must be at least 3 years old. There are many types of eternal divine rankings. The one here is the divine body ranking. With Li Chengxi's and my divine bodies, we could easily make the list. But before, we weren't old enough. Even from a distance, I noticed this stone stele and got really interested instantly. With my eternal wonder demon god body, I can definitely take the top spot on the divine body ranking. The divine body ranking grades all aspects of one's power. For example, Li Chengxi has the primordial emperor fetus inside her, and the supreme emperor as well. During the stele test, these two treasures will be evaluated together for overall strength. The more trump cards you have, the easier it is to get on the eternal divine ranking. I crane my neck and look at the small characters under the stele. First on the divine body ranking, the Tianfan, desolate ancient saint body. Second, Zhen Wuming, supreme ancient divine body, Saint Dao fetus. Third, Ji Buhui, supreme sword ancestor, supreme sword ancient body. Fourth on the list, the ranking only records the top 100 individuals. If a newcomer makes the ranking, the previous 100th person is automatically bumped off. Each person can only stay on the ranking for 10,000 years. Once that time is up, they are automatically removed. Seeing the Tianfan's name, I look a bit nostalgic. I met him in my previous life too. The Eternal Divine Body ranking isn't just for the Li family. Many places have similar steles recording these people. It's not just the immortal world, but also every other cultivation world. Countless people are competing for these 100 top spots. If you can claim number 1, you're the strongest among countless others. If you make the ranking, you get qualified to enter the Eternal Divine Realm. The Eternal Divine Realm is an amazing place. It holds great fortune inside. When I checked in at the underworld, I got my hands on lots of ancient books that wrote about the Eternal Divine Realm. They say it was once home to ancient gods, and many treasures left behind by them. As long as you have good luck and encounter an opportunity, that's enough to roam the 3 realms. The 3 realms refers collectively to the cultivation world, the heavenly realm, and the demon realm. It doesn't mean 3 separate worlds. For example, there are the lesser 1,000 worlds, which number as many as 3,000. They are all referred to as the cultivation world. I look toward the base of the Eternal Divine Physique Monument. A hint of confusion in my eyes. The time that the eternal stele has existed can be measured in millions of years. So why is there no fate theft here? After getting the system, I've been able to see a special type of fate theft. The stronger the fate theft, the better the rewards from signing in. Normally, the longer a stele like this has been around, the thicker the fate theft would be. But this stele in front of me hasn't accumulated any fate theft. Or rather, the fate theft accumulated by the eternal stele isn't here, but rather inside the eternal divine domain. The eternal divine domain has existed for an extremely long time. Definitely a great place to sign in. I walked toward the stele, planning to be the first to test the divine physique. Li Chengxi saw this and got anxious, grabbing me to stop me, not letting me move forward. I'm the big sister. I should test first. What's the point of arguing over the order? I raise an eyebrow. You're going to lose anyway. Destined to be in second place. That's a fact. The eternal demon god physique far surpasses Li Chengxi's 2 constitutions. They're not even on the same level. Li Chengxi gritted her teeth in anger. I want to be in first place first. When a cultivator gets on the eternal divine physique ranking, they receive the eternal divine pool. This reward is determined by your rank when you first make the list. The first place reward is much better than second place. If I go up first, I'll definitely take first place. No matter how hard he tries, he can't beat me. He's destined to be second. But if Li Chengxi tests first, relying on her primal chaos earth fetus constitution, she could definitely take the top spot and sit in first place for now. Claim the eternal divine pool meant for first place. Afterward, when I test, I'll still take the top spot and also get the first place eternal divine pool. That way the gain is maximized. Also, Li Chengxi is actually aiming for the opportunity in the eternal divine domain. You can only get in smoothly by being the first place. So she has to test before me. No way, I'm the older brother. I want to go first. I turned around and headed for the stele. Li Chengxi pulled hard on the boy's arm, but found that his strength was just too much. I'd say even 9 bulls couldn't match the strength of my single finger. A dragging mark was left on the ground. All right, I'll let you go first if you give me a leg. How about letting me test first? Left with no choice, she had to offer her annoying little brother a benefit. I stopped. When I heard the words immortal deer leg, I really did stop. Immortal deer are extremely rare in the world of longevity, as rare as phoenixes and dragons. Its meat is tender and juicy, extremely delicious. A few days ago at the 3rd birthday feast, I was lucky enough to eat a piece of immortal deer leg and fell in love with the flavor. Now hearing my little sister has immortal deer leg, my mouth started to water. Really? Of course. Li Chengxi touched the spatial pouch at her waist, and a 3 jiang long immortal deer leg fell to the ground. It really was an immortal deer leg. I stared at the leg, eyes sparkling. The temptation of the deer leg shook my resolve in an instant. Where did you get that immortal deer leg? It's huge. Immortal deer are already rare, and for a leg to be 3 jiang long means the beast was a great demon that cultivated for thousands of years. Deer of this level are extremely hard to kill. Their flesh is packed with spiritual energy, and eating it can nourish the body. It's good for cultivation too. If an ordinary person had a taste of immortal deer meat, they'd live several years longer. Eat it regularly for years, and your constitution could even improve. You could become a cultivator. Of course, Dad gave it to me. Li Chengxi glanced at the middle-aged man behind her. I nodded slightly. Since you gave me this immortal deer leg, you can test first. It doesn't matter to me whether I go first or last. I'll still take the top spot later. Let my little sister enjoy what it's like to be in first place for now. Okay, I touched the deer leg with my little hand and put it into my spatial ring. That spatial ring was given to me by Li Hongxian.
Its space is immense.
Enough to hold a mountain 100 jiang tall without a problem. The Li family really is a wealthy clan. Li Chengxi let out a sigh of relief. Over the past 3 years, she discovered I had quite the appetite, eating a lot at every meal, especially when good food was around. I just couldn't move my legs. Even though immortal deer leg is precious, it's totally worth it to trade for first place on the eternal divine physique ranking. An absolute bargain. Even if I only get to sit in first place for a short while, I can still claim the first place reward, and it won't affect anything after that. Li Chengxi walked toward the eternal stele, while I walked to Li Hongxian's side, looked up and said, a bit aggrieved, Dad, I want fresh deer meat too. I really didn't expect it, that the Li family could even get fresh deer meat. If it was brought down from the ancient wild realm, the price would be huge, far more than the value of the deer meat itself. Hanger, Li Hongxian, was overwhelmed by this question. His head was spinning. In fact, the immortal deer leg wasn't really given to Li Chengxi by him. Instead, Li Chengxi brought it out from the Hongmeng Universal Tower. This tower is extremely powerful. It can fuse with the soul. Even after hundreds of reincarnations, it can always be retained. The items collected will only increase with each reincarnation, no matter what treasure Li Chengxi takes out. She always claims it's from the Li family. In this way, no one would ever suspect anything. But this only makes things harder for Li Hongshen. He squatted down, gently pinched the boy's cheek. Hanger, Dad will definitely get you fresh deer meat. On the surface, Dad must side with Li Chengxi. But behind the scenes, can I get you more good stuff? How am I supposed to explain this? I can't exactly say your sister is the reincarnation of the ancestral land. All the Li family's estate belongs to her old majesty. Over the last 3 years, not a small amount of precious nourishing treasures have been taken from the ancestral land's private vault and given to me. All right, I nodded. The eternal stone tablet is right next to the training grounds. Many young disciples are cultivating. Seeing the group leader bringing the divine son and goddess over, they realize they're here to test the divine bodies. They immediately gather around with interest, layer upon layer crowding in, so tightly that not a drop could get through. Oh my god, the divine son and goddess are getting tested for the divine body. I can't wait to see them top the god list. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. No doubt the divine son will take first place. Finally, someone from the Li family will top the god list. I wonder what kind of eternal divine pool the two of them will receive. It's so hard to get on the god list. You have to compete with trillions upon trillions of people. Even though the Li family is an ancient clan with a 100,000-year history, only a handful have ever made it onto the god list. 100,000 years may seem long, but in the millions of years of the god list, it's actually quite brief. Li Chengxi walked up to the stone tablet. A layer of luminous light glowed on her palm. She pressed it against the bottom of the tablet.
Booze.
The tablet sensed Li Chengxi's presence and began to vibrate. It rose up. Terrifying auras began to emanate from the stone tablet, soaring to the sky. In the heavens above, a marvelous vision appeared. Within the illusion, boundless Hongming purple energy stretched endlessly. Within it, a body emanating a terrifying aura was forming. Next to the body was a dazzling golden bone. Obscure and complicated runes were imprinted onto the bone in a strange pattern. Even a mortal who glanced at it once would feel its world-destroying power. Everyone from the Li family craned their necks and stared at the vision in horror. My god, a divine body nurtured by Hongming purple energy. How terrifying must that be? Oh my god, why does that bone have such world-destroying power? Is it really that strong? No wonder they're divine. The eternal stone tablet displayed both Li Chengxi's and Chengxi's types of divine bodies. The tablet released a beam of energy, which entered Li Chengxi's forehead. In her mind, an incredibly intimidating and terrifying voice resounded. You have dominated the ages, and stand atop the eternal divine body list. Now your name shall be inscribed at the summit of the stone tablet. Wait. Li Chengxi communicated with the voice in her mind. Wanna hide my name. Use Muzi instead. The name Li Chengxi was legendary 100,000 years ago. In the desolate heaven ancient world, just mentioning the name would terrify demons and make them cry. If her name appeared on the eternal stone tablet, matching the Li Chengxi of 100,000 years ago, it would draw a lot of attention. Those old monsters who have lived hundreds of thousands of years would definitely grow suspicious. They might even come looking for trouble. Right now, she's just too weak, without the strength to protect herself. If those old monsters target her, there's no way to survive. So it's best to remain anonymous for now. Wait until the day she can defy heaven and earth. Then make a comeback. She already endured 100,000 years, so she doesn't mind waiting a little longer. As you wish. Rumble, the stone tablet trembled. A golden name slowly appeared at the very top of the rankings. Number 1 on the divine body list, Muzi, Hongmeng, Emperor Fetus, Supreme Emperor. The former first and second place holders each moved down 1 spot. Number 2, the Tianfen, the supreme desolate ancient divine body. Number 3, Zhen Wuming, the divine fetus of the holy body path. A sphere of red light fell from the sky, landing right on Li Chengxi's head. It merged into her mind. Within the light sphere was hidden the eternal divine pool, usable only by her. Within the three realms, there are 100,000 eternal divine body stone tablets. They are scattered across all kinds of territories and factions. At the same time, all 100,000 eternal stone tablets displayed odd phenomena. Whoosh, countless terrifying auras shot into the sky. Strange visions appeared in the air. In those illusions, endless Hongmeng purple energy. And within it, the Hongmeng Earth platform was being formed. Next to it lay a supreme bone. When this scene appeared, the three realms trembled with awe. Among the 3,000 small worlds are many ancient clans and powerful sects. Any faction with a divine body stone tablet could witness this scene. Everyone was shocked senseless by what they saw. Oh my god, isn't that the legendary Hongmeng Earth platform? This is way too terrifying. The mysterious pattern on that bone reminds me of the Supreme Bone. It's so much stronger than the Supreme Bone. The family ultimately couldn't maintain their position at the top. Primordial Earth Womb. The Supreme Earth Bone and Earth Womb, two ultimate treasures, are actually owned by one person. Is this person destined to defy the heavens and rise to greatness? Two treasures. Either one of them is incredibly powerful. Now they are fused into one body, which fully demonstrates this person's unrivaled strength through the ages. All these ancient clans are green with envy. If their own clan produced such a peerless genius, their ancestors' tombs would be sending off smoke. Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. This is the great world that's known as the Heavenly Realm. 10,000 divine body monuments stand within the desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. The family is one of the Ancients' clans. They have a tremendously long history. It spans 1,000,000 years. The Tianfan, former #1 on the divine body ranking, is the current clan leader.
He is also called Emperor the...
Inside the forbiddance area of the family, a disheveled man opens his eyes, and a terrifying light flashes in his pupils. Who dares to challenge my position as emperor? Primordial Imperial Womb, Supreme Emperor. Interesting. The Primordial Imperial Womb and Supreme Emperor are things even he would covet. He's even thinking about fighting for them. If he could dig out that Supreme Earth Bone and fuse it with himself, his power would soar instantly. Muzi A, who is this person? Among the ancient clans, there are very few tomb chambers, so he suspects this is a fake name. Someone, go quickly and investigate which realm this Muzi is from. Every time the eternal divine rankings change, blood will be shed and chaos will ensue. Anyone who can get on the divine rankings becomes a target for all forces to recruit or fight for. If they can't recruit you, they'll hide, or even destroy you. That is the cruelty of the three realms. Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. The Li family reigns over a vast territory. After 100,000 years of development, their influence is absolutely terrifying. In the Li family's backyard, there is a special area called the Eternal Manor. Monuments of eternity stand in the manor. If you count them all, there are several hundred. Among the ancient clans, ones with so many eternal monuments are really rare. But the people of the Li clan don't understand why such precious land is being wasted on a manor that doesn't seem to serve much purpose. After all, making it onto the eternal divine ranking is way too hard. Just then, one of the stones in the eternal manor shows a strange phenomenon. The moment the anomaly appears, a terrifyingly powerful old man appears in front of the monument. The old man stares at the first line on the monument, and when he sees Primordial Earth Womb, Supreme Earth Bone, he grows more and more excited, especially when he sees the name Muzi. He is convinced of his guess. Tears of excitement well up in his eyes. His voice chokes up. 100,000 years. Ancestor, you've finally reincarnated. This old man is the oldest forebear of the Li family, who was already around when Empress Li Chengxi founded the clan. He's also one of the few in the family who know about the Empress's cycle of reincarnation. Back then, Li Chengxi once told him, after 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, he would return as a peerless being and top all the eternal divine rankings. And in order to hide his reincarnation, he would use a fake name. His surname Li, when separated, becomes Mu and Zi. These two characters, Mu and Zi, plus that powerful divine body, make it certain he is the ancestor emperor. After the excitement passes, the mysterious old ancestor laughs up at the sky, Ancestor Emperor. Your talent stands unmatched for millions of years. No, not just 100,000 years, but even 1,000,000 years. There's absolutely no one who can surpass your talent. Even with just a single primordial imperial platform, you could crush the Chanfan. Now there's also a Supreme Emperor. Combined together, no one at all could ever surpass the ancestor's potential. He's truly the #1 person of all eternity. The mood of the mysterious old ancestor is fantastic. He grabs the purple jade wine gourd at his waist, lifts his head and takes a few big gulps. Li family of the realm of immortality. My attention was focused on that red light just now. This is the eternal divine pool. The red glow means it's the highest grade divine pool. It allows you to enter the core zone of the eternal divine domain. The eternal divine domain is filled with countless opportunities. Only by getting the eternal divine pool can you enter the divine domain and climb onto the eternal divine rankings. That's how you gain the eternal divine pool. Different ranks have different divine pools. The pool for first place is definitely the strongest of them all. The reason Li Chengxi wanted to test before me was precisely to take first place, so she could get the best divine pool. If you're the second one to test, there's no red pool reward, and then she wouldn't be able to carry out her next plan. After finishing the aptitude test, Li Chengxi walks back to Li Hongshen's side. I raise my eyebrows. With a smile, I say, "Sis, how does it feel to be in first place? How about I take the test tomorrow, so you can enjoy first place for a whole day?" Bored, Li Chengxi turns away. Not bothering with this kid. Seriously, always saying exactly what she doesn't want to hear. I'll let you have the top spot on the eternal divine body ranking for now. But you can forget about #1 on the next divine ranking. There are many eternal divine rankings, and the divine body ranking is just one of them. This is what can be tested at this stage. He has experienced countless reincarnations. He's made thorough preparations to ascend every kind of eternal divine ranking. 100,000 years of preparation. Various experiences. How could a newborn rookie even compare to that? I could only get on a single divine ranking because I relied on my strong body. That's the only reason I could make it onto a divine ranking. Like the eternal divine power ranking. Without powerful techniques, it's impossible to reach the very top, he swore. If I obtain a second eternal #1, I'll rescue my mother from the womb and rebuild her. If you won't beg me, then I'll go take the test right now. I walked up to the stone tablet in a few steps and placed my little hand on it. All the members of the Li family held their breath. Their eyes stared intently at the stone tablet. They wanted to see the vision revealed by the eternal immortal demon divine body. But the stone tablet began to shake violently. The entire Li family mansion trembled under the influence of the stone tablet. Terrifying auras shot up toward the sky. A mysterious vision appeared in the sky. Inside the illusion was a world that appeared ethereal and illusory. There was endless darkness all around. Suddenly, countless immortal emperors and demon gods appeared within the space. They stood side by side. There were too many to count. You couldn't see the end with a single glance. All these immortals and demons knelt in perfect unison toward the center. Following the direction of their kneeling, you reached the center of the world. Here, there stood a god tens of thousands of feet tall. The left side of its body glowed with golden light. The right side shone with black light. The god waved its mighty arm. Countless immortals and demons prostrated themselves on the ground, devoutly bowing. The scene was truly grand and majestic. Just one look, and you could tell this god was absolutely terrifying. It ruled over all immortals and demons. Seeing this awe-inspiring vision, the Li family members below were all petrified with shock. My god, is this the true strength of the eternal immortal demon divine body? Countless immortals and demons kneel before it. It's terrifying. If the divine son keeps growing, he'll definitely be able to command immortals and demons. With the divine son, the Li family is destined to rise. Maybe he can reach the glorious era of the divine maiden from 100,000 years ago. The vision shown by the divine maiden was powerful, but it couldn't compare to the breathtaking scene just now. It was fine at first, but after comparing them, the difference instantly became obvious. But a wave of energy surged from the stone tablet, merging into my mind. I communicated with it. You are the one who dominates eternity. You claim the top spot among eternal divine bodies. Your name will now be inscribed at the top of the stone tablet.
Do you wish to remain anonymous?
As soon as I heard remain anonymous, I remembered my little sister had just used the fake name Muziai. Even though she took first place, nobody actually knows who she is. I suddenly lifted my head, golden light exploding in my eyes. Within the netherworld, I have endured for 1,000 years this great contest. I will not suppress myself any longer. In this life, I must become immortalized in history, to be revered by billions of sentient beings, hidden in the netherworld for 1,000 years, all for this chance to become immortalized in history one day. Now that this opportunity is right before me, how should I choose? I've already made up my mind. At the very top of the stone tablet, a new massive line appeared. Divine Body Ranking Number 1, Li Heng. Eternal Immortal Demon Divine Body. The Li family members, seeing the Divine Son's name engraved atop the stone tablet, all went wild with excitement. Some raised both arms high, excitedly shouting the Divine Son's courage. Let our generation be number 1. The name of the Li family will surely go down in history. Divine Son, you are mighty. Who could possibly stand in the Divine Son's way? Just now the Divine Maiden claimed first place too, but she used a fake name. No one knows she was from the Li family. Her divine body was strong, but people still felt helpless about it. Now the Divine Son's name is engraved on the eternal stone tablet, earning the admiration of all. Their Li family will definitely be revered by every power. This feeling made all the clansmen's blood boil. Their hearts were thrilled to the extreme. 3,000 small worlds, countless eternal stone tablets. All at once, just now's divine vision appeared on them. All the cultivators were shocked out of their wits. Eternal immortal demon divine body. Could this be the one ranked number 1 out of the 36,000 divine bodies? That's just too frightening. This divine body can actually command immortals and demons. Watching it makes my blood burn with excitement. Who exactly is Li Heng? How did he take the top spot on the divine body ranking soon after Muziai appeared? He took first place just after Muziai appeared. These people had just been stunned by Muziai, thinking that was the ultimate divine body, and that it would dominate the rankings for 10,000 years. But no one expected. In the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the ranking would change again. A person called Me burst onto the scene, using an unparalleled presence to suppress Muziai. This eternal immortal demon divine body is undoubtedly the strongest existence in all 3 realms. Desolate heaven ancient realm. Within the forbiddance area of the family, a man with unkempt hair had just started cultivating. When he was startled awake by the phenomenon, this is actually the eternal immortal demon divine body. Even as an emperor, having seen countless strong divine bodies, he was still shocked by this vision. Wasn't it said there would never be another immortal demon divine body after ancient times? Why is one appearing again? Could the eternal calamity really be coming? The eternal calamity, a disaster for all cultivators. Even the earth won't be spared. A single mistake could mean being wiped out in the calamity. In ancient times, countless world-shaking immortals and demons were destroyed by the calamity. The 3 realms today are far weaker than they were in ancient times. If the true calamity descends, no one will escape. A middle-aged man appeared in the Forbiddance Land. The current patriarch of the family. Emperor the Patriarch the knelt and bowed. Emperor the frowned and asked, "Do you know my origins?" "I don't." Patriarch the raised his head slightly. His voice was extremely cautious. "But I investigated a while ago. There's a divine child in the Li family of the realm of longevity.
He might possess the immortal demon divine body of the ages.
The family's influence spans 3,000 small worlds. Not only are there direct descendants of the family, but also many vassal clans. Which small world produced a peerless genius? The news will soon be known." Emperor the squinted his eyes. His gaze was sharp as a blade. "Li family of the realm of longevity. I will quickly send people to investigate this matter thoroughly." "Understood." Patriarch the disappeared at the doorway. Emperor the rested his fingertips on the table. He gently tapped the surface. A tapping sound echoed, da da da, for the past 100,000 years. It seems the Li family has been preparing something. Could it be for this divine child? The Li family's actions are secretive, but the family's power is even greater. They noticed long ago that the Li family was acting strangely. For the past 100,000 years, the Li family often sent treasures to the realm of longevity, perhaps to nurture a certain descendant, and preparing various things. Now that the immortal demon divine body has appeared, it confirms Emperor Yi's earlier suspicions. If things are truly as suspected, the Li family's ambitions run deep. Li family has remarkable strength. They can be called an ancient clan. The family's power is even more terrifying. They are known as an archaic family. Only forces that have existed for over 1,000,000 years may be called an archaic family. The Li family also has earth-shattering experts guarding it. Anyone who wants to move against them will pay a hefty price. Now Emperor Li is increasingly interested in me and is eager to know what exactly we are plotting. Li family's eternal estate. Old ancestor Miao Miao sat beside the eternal monument. His back rested against the green stone. In one hand he held a purple jade wine flask. He drank heartily. Fresh brew trickled down from his mouth onto his clothes. It's been so long since I've been this happy. Today I must drink my fill. Boom! The monument shook fiercely. A terrifying aura shot skyward. A mystical sight formed in the heavens. Changes appeared on the monument's rankings. Old ancestor Miao Miao's hand froze. The flask tilted. Precious immortal wine flowed out of the bottle. It dropped to the ground like pearls and jade lotuses. But he didn't even notice. Earlier, he would have felt heartbroken offering such rare immortal wine to the earth. The steward would definitely be devastated. But this time he didn't care about the wine. His attention was wholly focused on the top of the monument. Divine body ranking, first place, main ancestral land. It had only stayed on the divine ranking for an hour. This is the fastest fall from the ranking in history, based on his guess. For 10,000 years, no one could shake the ancestral land's first position. Even for the next 10 or 100 years, no one could surpass such potential. But who could have expected the change would come so quickly? The ancestral land had just gotten on the ranking when someone else took the top spot. Immortal demon divine body, Li Heng. Suddenly, he remembered the person born alongside the ancestral land. He also had a younger brother, seemingly named Li Heng. Could this Li Heng also be from the Li family? Communication between the ancient wild heaven realm and the lower realm is very difficult. They can only convey messages in a guarded manner. Each communication comes at a significant cost, and the message content can't be too much. Ever since the ancestral land was born, he communicated with the Li family in the realm of longevity once. All he asked about was the ancestral land. The information sent from the Li family revealed my name and said I had good potential, but nothing more was disclosed. Old ancestor Miao Miao isn't interested in me, so there was no further inquiry. But given the current situation, how is my potential merely good? It's absolutely terrifying. The ancestral land prepared for 100,000 years to finally claim the top spot on the divine body ranking. I am merely a newborn, yet I can surpass the ancestral land. If outsiders heard about this, they would laugh their heads off. No, this old man must use the messaging stone to inquire about this. Li Heng's situation. Whether the one on the divine body ranking is truly a member of the Li family. There are so many people surnamed Li. Having the same name is normal? If there's some misunderstanding, it'll be embarrassing. Thinking of this, old ancestor Miao Miao walked toward the Forbidden's area. Li family's cultivation ground in the realm of longevity. But the monument trembled. A rainbow streak descended from the sky, landing on my body. Li Chengxi saw this rainbow streak. His pupils contracted abruptly. The eternal divine pool actually has a rainbow color. Previously, the news he got was that eternal fortune came in 5 colors: white, silver, gold, purple, red. Depending on position in the ranking, one could obtain different colored divine pools. Ranked 51 to 100, white light cluster. 31 to 50, silver light cluster. 11 to 30, gold light cluster. 2 to 10, purple light cluster. First place, red light cluster. He had never heard of a rainbow light cluster. This alone proves the eternal divine pool within this cluster. It's much stronger than the red light cluster. Could it be that Li Chengxi has thought of a possibility? Only when my eternal immortal demon god body reaches the true eternal extreme realm can I obtain the seven-colored divine pool. Those who ranked first before may have had the reputation, but they were just stronger than the others, without reaching the absolute peak. Only after reaching the true limit does the seven-colored divine pool appear.
He thinks this guess is probably right.
What kind of opportunities await in the seven-colored divine pool? The purpose of these 100,000 years of preparation was to reach the top of every divine ranking as an unparalleled talent, to obtain the red divine pool, and unlock a secret treasure in the eternal divine realm. The key to becoming the foundation of the eternal land lies within this secret. A lot of treasures were collected for this reason, but never once thought that the eternal divine pool could actually be seven-colored. Maybe this is also related to becoming the opportunity for the eternal land. There must be some connection. Looks like I need to have a good talk with this brat. Now that a new seven-colored divine pool has been discovered, it must be thoroughly investigated. I stand in place, close my eyes, and after the seven-colored light group merged into my body, something appeared in my mind. It's a tablet glowing with seven-colored lights, engraved with mysterious patterns. At a glance, you can tell it's no ordinary object. The seven-colored divine pool looks exactly like what's described in the ancient books. I got some ancient texts when I checked in before. They are full of information about the eternal divine pool, and even come with illustrations. The information from these ancient books is far more detailed than what circulates in the three realms. There are a total of 6 colors for the divine pools. Only by reaching the eternal extreme realm can one acquire the seven-colored divine pool. Moreover, this divine pool can open a gate inside the divine realm. And from that, one can obtain a supreme treasure. This is something the other divine pools cannot provide. Right after obtaining this divine pool, a notification sound chimed in my mind. Congratulations! You have reached the eternal extreme realm. Ancient check-in mode activated. Ancient check-in mode absorbs the eternal key for check-ins. Reward multipliers will increase accordingly. The more eternal key absorbed, the higher the check-in multiplier. I didn't know there was such a check-in mode. Brilliant light shines in my eyes. From the information introduced by the system, I can now get multiple rewards from future check-ins, instead of just one. When checking in at the underworld before, each location only allowed one check-in, and you got one reward per visit. Now with increased multipliers, the same check-in brings many more rewards. Eternal key. Honestly, I've never heard of anything like this before, but from the name, it should be connected to the eternal stele. The secret chamber returns to reality, and I look toward the eternal stele. I check it thoroughly from bottom to top. Why isn't it there? According to my guess, if the eternal stele had eternal key, I should be able to see it. It should be like how the system signs in bad luck. Without the system, you can't see it at all. So I walked around the stele in particular, but didn't sense anything special. Looks like the eternal key isn't in the stele. That means it's inside the eternal divine realm. The divine realm is boundless and vast, and once was where the gods lived. It's normal for it to contain eternal key. I can only check out the eternal immortal realm now. Since I now have the eternal divine pool, I can enter the divine realm. But there's a time limit upon entry, and each divine pool can only be used once. I need to plan this carefully and figure out when is the best time to enter. The scorching sun of the afternoon bakes the earth. The heat in the air is unsettling. Inside the bamboo pavilion, Li Chengxi sits on the bench, eyes gazing at the lotus flowers in the pond, while Li Hongshen stands to the side. An invisible barrier completely encloses the pavilion, blocking out all sound inside. Even within the clan, the two of them are extremely cautious in their conversations. Ancestor, when do you plan to enter the eternal divine realm? 3 days from now, Li Chengxi replied. Li Hongshen looks a bit worried these 3 days. Isn't it too dangerous to go now? I heard there are monsters inside. The eternal divine realm was once the home of the gods. Even though gods have vanished, some monsters still remain. Ancestor was once powerful, but now is only a 3-year-old child who hasn't even started cultivating. Running into monsters would be too risky. Those monsters won't attack humans unprovoked. Li Chengxi visited the eternal divine realm in a past life. There are restrictions in the divine realm. So as long as you avoid the monsters and stay friendly, there's no danger. Unless you attack first, those monsters won't see humans as enemies. That's good. Li Hongshan lets out a sigh of relief and doesn't try to persuade any further. He trusts Ancestor and believes he would never do anything he wasn't sure of. Hanger also has the eternal divine pool. I wonder what kind of opportunity he'll receive. It's also the first time he's heard of the 7-colored divine pool. Judging from the color, it's definitely even rarer than Li Chengxi's. Li Chengxi squinted her eyes slightly, saying there are many secret treasures in the eternal divine realm. Li Heng's divine pool might just allow him to enter the core area of the secret treasure. He was also extremely curious about the 7-colored divine pool. This time entering the eternal divine domain. The main goal is to seek the opportunity to become the eternal emperor. This 7-colored divine pool might be connected to that. I want to go to the eternal divine domain together with Li Heng. What? Li Hongshan was stunned. If Hanger goes with you, won't it be dangerous? Originally, according to his plan, he wanted me to be 18 and have my strength improved to a certain level before going to explore the divine domain. If I'm with him, there won't be any problems. Li Chengxi said softly. Each divine pool can only be used once and will disappear afterwards. He's worried that I'll wander around in the divine domain and run into some kind of danger. With 2 people together, we can look out for each other if there's trouble. Alright, seeing the elder so insistent, Li Hongxian didn't try to persuade any further. Just be careful in everything you do. There are 3 side rooms in the unique little courtyard. The divine son and divine daughter each have their own room. The 2 children are quite young, but have long had separate rooms. This was a special request by the baby girl. The door was gently pushed open, and Li Chengxi walked into my room. She smelled a tempting aroma of meat. On the wooden table next to the window, there was a large plate of freshly roasted venison. The delicious smell was coming from it. I grabbed a big piece of roasted venison in my hand and took a huge bite. So delicious. Li Chengxi shot her younger brother a cold look and gave a light snort. Always thinking about eating. Why? Just because I have teeth now, I'm not allowed to eat anymore. I raised an eyebrow and said, in that 1,000 years as an underworld messenger, I almost forgot what food tastes like. After being reincarnated, I didn't have any teeth for the first 2 years. Now that my baby teeth have just come in, I can finally enjoy good food. How can I waste time? 3 days later, come with me to the eternal divine domain, Li Chengxi said softly. Why should I go with you? I picked up a piece of perfectly browned venison and put it in my mouth. You're too little. It's dangerous to go by yourself. Li Chengxi switched to coaxing like a child, not realizing that she herself isn't much older. Only a few hours apart at most. You're older? I looked at her with total disdain. Doesn't matter as long as I'm older than you. Li Chengxi said in a big sisterly tone. Let me think about it. I didn't immediately agree. Sis, are you scared to go by yourself? Are you hoping I'll protect you? I said while not forgetting to stuff venison in my mouth. With each mouthful of venison, a warm current surged from my stomach, spreading through my meridians and nourishing my whole body. This fresh venison contains extremely rich spiritual energy. Eating it can strengthen the body and make it tougher and tougher. If you eat it for years and years, the effect will be even more obvious. Having 2 people go means we can watch each other's backs. Li Chengxi tried to persuade me in a different way. Now that I think about it, that actually makes sense. My little sister is so young and doesn't really know what's going on. If we run into danger, she definitely need me to protect her. Usually I like to joke around with my little sister, but it's just for fun. You can't take it seriously. If there's real danger, as her big brother, I would definitely help out. Alright, seeing that pleading look on your face, I'll go with you then, with your brother looking after you. You'll be safe and sound, but you have to behave. And don't run off. Li Chengxi gave a cold snort. When did I, the great emperor, ever look like I was begging for something? You're the one who imagined all that. People always say overthinking is dangerous, and it's definitely true. Since you agree, that's all good. Nothing more needed to be said. 3 days from now at dawn, come find me. We'll enter the eternal divine domain together. After saying this, she left the room without looking back. I finished all the venison on the plate, closed the doors and windows tight, sat down on the blue meditation mat. Normally, kids start their cultivation after age 12. People from big families get herbal baths ahead of time, so their bodies are stronger than ordinary people's, and can start cultivating as early as 7 or 8. Both the divine son and daughter of the Li family have divine bodies, so they can start cultivating even sooner. A little over 2 years old is no problem. But to be safe, Li Hongshan decided that both kids would wait until they turned 3 to start cultivating. The first realm of cultivation is called spiritual qi sensing. Once you absorb spiritual energy from the world into your body, you can use it to perform some simple martial arts moves. When spiritual energy is absorbed into your body, it can also enhance your physical qualities. I closed my eyes and focused my mind inside my body. My body is not like a normal cultivator's. The left side is immortal, the right side is demonic. I can use demonic powers and also immortal arts. The two can merge with each other and definitely unleash unimaginable battle power. If I want to advance, I have to cultivate both demon and immortal paths together. For normal cultivators, after absorbing enough spiritual energy, they can reach the peak of the qi condensation stage. Then they break through to the body tempering realm. After having both demon and immortal bodies, just absorbing spiritual energy alone isn't enough. I also need to absorb demonic energy, and likewise reach the peak of the qi condensation stage before breaking through to the body tempering realm. Both are essential. With a flip of my wrist, a pitch-black box appeared in my palm. Inside is a pitch-black demonic core. The demon qi pill contains pure demon energy. Absorbing it will rapidly enhance your demonic cultivation. Demonic qi and yin qi both refer to the same type of energy. They're just called differently. This demon qi pill, if a regular demon cultivator were to take it, they should be able to break through from the first level to the peak of the qi condensation stage. There are 10 minor stages in the qi condensation realm. After the 1st to 9th stage, there is the peak stage. I picked up the demon qi pill the size of a quail egg and swallowed it in one gulp. The black demon qi spread through my body, surging toward the right side of my body. A demon pill that allows ordinary cultivators to reach the peak stage. But for me, it's like throwing a pebble into a pond, only splashing a little water, without changing the water level at all. The effect of the demon qi pill is surprisingly weak. I thought with just one demon qi pill, at the very least it would let me break through from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi condensation. But in reality, it only increased the demon qi inside my body by a tiny bit. I'm still far from a breakthrough. To reach the next stage, I need to absorb enough demon qi so that my inner demon qi reaches its limit. I flip my wrist again. A 3-foot-long black wooden box appears on the floor.
It's packed full of demon qi pills.
1,000 pills. This should be enough. At the underworld sign-in, demon qi pills are pretty common. In my spare time sweeping the grounds, I would organize and store all these items together. This time I grabbed a handful, a full 7 or 8 demon qi pills. I swallowed them all. The abundant demon qi spread through the right side of my demonic body. After absorbing so much demon qi, I'm still a long way from a breakthrough. Next, I kept grabbing demon qi pills by the handful, stuffing them into my mouth non-stop. If someone didn't know, they would think I was eating candy. After nearly 100 pills, my demonic body finally started to feel like it was swelling. I concentrated my mind and held my breath, directing the demon qi, and struck out fiercely with my palm. Spirit qi stage 2. I finally broke through. Even he didn't expect his demonic body breakthrough would actually consume so many demon pills. 1 pill for an average demon cultivator. A demon qi pill is enough to break through from spirit qi stage 1 to its peak. But for me, it took 100 demon qi pills to reach stage 2. In terms of demon qi stored within my body, it's at least 1,000 times greater than an average cultivator. And this is only the first stage. As my strength increases, my physical abilities will grow even stronger. By then, I'll definitely be tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, times stronger. Next, I started taking more. 150 demon qi pills to blast into spirit qi stage 3. 200 demon key pills to blast into spirit key stage 4. 250 demon key pills to blast into spirit key stage 5. 300 demon key pills to blast into spirit key stage 6. The whole box of demon key pills was finally empty. But that's alright. There are plenty of other demon pills I can use up. These demon key pills are just a drop in the bucket from 1,000 years of sign-ins. They don't really count for much when a divine body grows stronger. The amount of pills consumed increases many times over, but the power gained is just as proportional. It's all totally worth it. After devouring 1,000 demon key pills, it was already the next morning. The sun was high in the sky. A ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window crack, bringing a bit of brightness. I didn't leave my room. Instead, I kept cultivating, because of my powerful divine body. Not a trace of fatigue after training all night. On the contrary, my body felt stronger and refreshed. It's a feeling no mortal could ever understand. Bang, a 5-foot-long black wooden box appeared in the open space. The lid opened up, and thick demon key poured out of it. Inside the box were demon pills the size of eggs, packed tightly together. By a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000. Greater demon key pills contain even purer demon energy. Each one has at least 10 times the power of a regular demon key pill. If a spirit key realm demon cultivator carelessly took a greater demon key pill, there's a high chance their body would explode from the power. At the very least, it's safer for a cultivator in the body-tempering realm. Only then can it be taken safely. I grabbed a greater demon key pill and brought it to my mouth. Took a bite. The powerful demon key flowed down my throat and into my body. Just a single bite was several times stronger than a whole regular demon key pill. These greater demon key pills are pretty satisfying to eat. In a few bites, I swallowed the whole greater demon key pill. If those other demon cultivators saw this, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't dare to eat greater demon key pills like this. They'd definitely be scared to death. I grabbed another greater demon key pill and started munching on it like an apple, taking big bites. In no time, I had eaten over 30 pills. The demon key in my body surged again. Boom, spirit key stage 7. Just like that, I kept eating them one by one, watching the supply in the box diminish. The sun set in the west and rose again in the east. Boom! Demonic key burst out in all directions inside the room. The right side of my body glowed with an eerie black light. Spirit key peak. Crack, crack. I stretched my muscles a bit. My bones gave off loud popping sounds. The energy and muscle strength inside my body is hundreds of times stronger than before. You have to know, I possess a divine body, even though I haven't cultivated it yet. My physical body is still extremely powerful. If that base strength increased 100-fold, then the intensity couldn't be matched by just any demonic cultivator. So strong, I look at my right hand and gently make a fist. I can feel within this small body. There's an incredibly terrifying power. Ancient divine demon immortal body. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. The peak of key condensation is not this realm's true limit. Afterward, I'll need to refine demonic energy to make it even more pure. In my previous life, I was born into an ordinary family, and only by chance did I step onto the cultivation path. I had no idea that after reaching the peak of key condensation, it was possible to further refine spiritual or demonic energy. I only learned about this later in ancient texts, that refining was even a thing. If you want to go further on the path of immortality, you must refine the spiritual energy inside your body. In ancient times, those mighty beings of heaven and earth, at this stage, all refined their spiritual energy, and there was also an eternal stone tablet, on which the eternal divine weapon ranking is recorded. If you wish to be listed, you must refine the energy in your body at least 15 times. The demonic body has already reached its peak. Next, let's push the immortal body to its peak too. Then try refining the demonic body again on the right side. After finishing cultivation, the immortal body on my left side is still undeveloped. I put the remaining great demonic key pills back into my spatial ring. Then take out a 3-foot-long redwood box. The Zhuanling pills contain a rich spiritual energy, suitable for cultivators at the key condensation stage. This pill is about the same as the demonic key pill. Just take one, and you can break through from key condensation 1 to the peak. Within the family, only direct descendants with good talent are eligible to receive such a pill. Typically, one can only get one per year. Inside this redwood box are over 1,000 pills. If the clan members saw this, they'd definitely be shocked and envious, maybe even develop evil intentions. With the experience just now, I immediately grab a handful of Juanling pills and pop them into my mouth. Crunch, crunch, just like eating candy. 7 or 8 pills slide down into my stomach, and soon my aura surges dramatically. Boom, key condensation stage 2. The entire box of Juanling pills was soon finished, and my realm broke through to key condensation 6. A beam of early morning sunlight slants into the courtyard, driving away the night chill. Li Chengxi stands in the courtyard waiting silently. What's going on? It's already 1/4 past the hour of the tiger. That kid still hasn't come out. He's a punctual person. I didn't expect I'd be the one to stand him up. Thump, thump, thump. He knocks heavily on my bedroom door. Soon after, there's a rustling sound from inside the room. Who is it, sis? Why are you looking for me so early? I just finished training, and I'm not tired at all. Feeling pretty good, actually. You actually forgot our agreement. Li Chengxi glares at me coldly, shooting a fierce glare my way. I just shrug, acting nonchalant. There's just too much going on every night. Let's head out now. I was cultivating in my room, enjoying eating so much. I really did forget about the ancient divine realm incident. Li Chengxi nods and takes out that red god pool. You and I will activate it together and enter the ancient divine realm. The ancient divine realm is a vast, boundless world. Through the god pool, you can reach that land. But you can only move within a part of its area. Both the divine girl and divine son appear on the divine body rankings, so we can be in the same space. We each take out a divine ruler, prick a drop of blood from our fingertips, and are immediately drawn in by a mysterious force, entering a brand new world. This place is a forest, lush vegetation all around. There's a spiritual aura in the air. A small stream wends its way through the mountains, its water sparkling brilliantly, glittering like jewels. 2 children appear by the creek, and when my vision returns, I take a deep breath and instantly feel completely refreshed, energized. No wonder it's called the ancient divine realm. The air here is filled with such intense spiritual energy. I bet even if you don't practice, just staying here for 3 days would really boost your physical strength. I still remember when I absorbed the spirit jade embryo. There was a silvery green aura emanating from it. Just touching it greatly increased my body's strength. But now the air here, compared to the energy released by the spirit jade embryo, is 7 or 8 times stronger. It just shows how powerful the spiritual energy in this air is. If you could really live here, even without cultivating, you'd still become one of the strongest in the world. Unfortunately, the ancient god pool only lets us stay here for 3 days, and then it'll send us back out. I scan my surroundings and notice a golden light floating at the mountain peak nearby. It's very dazzling. What's that light? Could it have something to do with the ancient key? When I started the ancient sign-in mode before, absorbing ancient key increased the sign-in multiplier. I should go up there now and see if I can absorb it. Sis, look. Isn't there golden light coming from that mountain? Li Chengxi looks where the boy is pointing and sees nothing on the mountaintop but blue sky, and nothing connected to any golden light. You're seeing things. There's no light at all. My pupils contract. Seems like my guess was correct. That mountain is higher up, so we can check out the surroundings. Let's head up. Li Chengxi decides to climb up and take a look, figure out exactly where we are now, and decide where to go next. Every divine ranking corresponds to an area of the ancient divine realm, about 10 miles in radius. You can only move within that range. I nod. I hope the golden light at the top of the mountain is just like I expect. That way I can upgrade the system. The hill isn't very high. It's about 100 zhang tall. 2 tiny figures quickly reach the top. A plant glowing with red light caught their attention. It resembled a lingy mushroom. Its diameter was about 3 feet. It was bright red all over. It looked like it was burning in a fire. Li Chengxi's eyes instantly widened in shock. Although the Qiang seer was an empress, she had seen countless rare treasures over the past 100,000 years. But she was stunned at this moment. He had never imagined that the Chiang immortal Ganoderma could grow to such a size. Over 3 feet long, completely bright red, with not a trace of impurity. If this Chiang immortal Ganoderma were brought to the ancient sword of the wild heavens, it would absolutely spark bloody battles among the immortal clans. Corpses would litter the land for miles. It's just too valuable. It's a rare treasure used for body tempering. Moreover, the Chiang immortal Ganoderma is infused with the purest fire energy. It can help cultivate the Tianyang fire seed. A small piece is enough to nurture a celestial fire. If I could get my hands on it, my strength would be transformed. But my gaze isn't on the Chiang immortal Ganoderma, but on the surroundings. In my eyes, there is a layer of golden light around the Chiang immortal Ganoderma. I also received a notification sound from the system. You have discovered the essence of eternity. Please approach within 1 jang of the essence of eternity to absorb it. I nodded to myself. This really is the essence of eternity. Why is it hidden next to the Chiang immortal Ganoderma? Could it be that the growth of the Chiang Ganoderma attracted the essence of eternity? It seems very possible for the seer to grow. It needs to absorb the spiritual energy of the domain. As time passes, it also draws in some essence of eternity. The energy gathers around it. Wherever the essence of eternity is found, rare treasures often appear. This guess made me thrilled. The essence of eternity is easy to spot. Just follow the golden light to find it. Where there's the essence of eternity, there's bound to be rare treasures. Not only can I find the essence of eternity, but I found a rare treasure as well. This is basically a locator for treasures. With one look, you can spot where the valuables are. Plus, I noticed that next to the seer, there's not just the essence of eternity, but also an extremely strong aura of Tao. Its intensity is at least equal to the 12th level of hell. So, this place is also suitable for check-in. This treasure is the Chiang Seer. Li Chengxi figured her inexperienced younger brother wouldn't recognize this treasure, so she said its name out loud. This immortal Ganoderma is very precious. It can nurture the Tianyang fire seed. The rest can be used to temper the body. Let's be more careful. There might be some beast guarding it nearby. The rarer the immortal treasure, the stronger the beasts guarding it. With our current strength, we should avoid fighting any beasts. Since I brought Li Heng in here, I must make sure he's safe. Nothing dangerous can happen to him. Even though he sometimes talks tough, he still cares deep down. He's really worried something might go wrong. Li Heng, let's move in carefully. If anything goes wrong, fall back immediately. Only try picking it when there's no danger. Did you hear that, seer? Got it, I nodded and replied. The two of us walked forward. Li Chengxi took the lead, protecting me from behind. If there's any danger, she can spot it right away. And keep her little brother safe. Kill, kill, kill. There was a rustling sound in the nearby bush. A giant python, at least 10 jang long, slithered out. It moved very fast, with just a few twists. It coiled up, protecting the Chiang immortal pond in the center. Li Chengxi immediately stopped, watching the python cautiously. On top of the python's head was a silver bulge. This is a silver jiao. This is not just any python. It's a flood dragon, and one that's about to transform into a true dragon. Although this flood dragon wasn't a true immortal beast. I'm just a 3-year-old child, so there's no way I could handle it. Li Chengxi didn't move any closer to the silver jiao, nor did she attack first. Within this divine domain, monsters won't attack humans on their own. Unless a human attacks first, then they'll fight back. Oh, let's go! Unfortunately, we have to give up the Chiang Seer. There's just no way to handle it. We'll have to retreat for now. That's just how this divine domain is. It hides all sorts of opportunities, but without power, it's hard to claim any treasures. Why are we leaving? Staring at the flood dragon, I swallowed hard. Flood dragon meat probably tastes amazing. I heard in my last life that dragon meat was delicious, but I didn't have the strength to hunt one. Now, running into a flood dragon, I feel like I could give it a try. Is this really the time to be thinking about food? Li Chengxi gently patted my shoulder. Let's leave quickly. If we make the flood dragon mad, none of us are making it back. If you die within the divine domain, you're truly dead, and resurrection isn't an option. You go, I have a way to deal with it. Even if it's not for the meat, I need to get closer to absorb the essence of eternity. And to check in too. So as long as there's a chance, I can't just leave. After speaking, I waved my hand forward. A golden flame erupted from my palm. The temperature around us suddenly soared. The plants wilted, but the scarlet sun prophet burst out in dazzling red light. The silver Jiao sensed the terrifying power of the flames. It was so scared it turned and ran. But its crawling speed was no match for the flying speed of celestial fire. A cluster of golden flames caught up to the silver Jiao's tail. It shot straight towards its back. With a sizzle, the flame drilled into the silver Jiao's body. It writhed in pain on the ground, twisting back and forth. Its silver scales turned bright red. Steam rose from its body. The silver Jiao's struggles grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it collapsed motionless on the ground. A rich aroma of roasted meat spread out. I sniffed the air. My mouth watered with a gulp. Wow, the 9 yang celestial fire is really amazing. There are several types of fire. Spirit fire and celestial fire. Spirit fire is the flame of the mortal world. It possesses a strong spiritual nature. It's suitable for alchemy, forging, and combat. Celestial fire only exists in the vast world. It has an incredibly terrifying temperature. It can burn everything. The silver Jiao is just a demon beast. It's still a long way from becoming a celestial beast, so it can't resist celestial fire. Just touching it was enough to burn it to death. Such powerful celestial fire. Li Chengxi recalled the scene of the earlier battle. She stood frozen, dumbfounded. That celestial fire was far stronger than she had imagined. The silver Jiao was incinerated instantly, unable to resist at all. What's even scarier is that at my age, I can control celestial fire. I can easily wipe out powerful demon beasts like the silver Jiao. No wonder this former empress is so envious. The silver Jiao was fast. Its dragon scales might withstand celestial fire for a moment. It might have actually escaped, but I attacked its weakest spot and burned it completely to death. That cut off any escape route for the silver Jiao. Even though I hate to admit it, the 9 yang celestial fire really is terrifying. This kid's luck is truly defying the heavens. He even managed to obtain the blessing of the 9 luminaries. The blessing of the 9 luminaries. No one in all eternity has ever obtained it, but this kid did. He really is the chosen one. If it weren't for the blessing of the 9 demons, it would be impossible to obtain celestial fire at this stage. Alright, it's the Yang Spirit Jade embryo. If this kid hadn't secretly eaten my Spirit Jade embryo, there's no way his divine body would have reached completion. As Li Chengxi pondered, she suddenly felt something was off. The eternal celestial demon divine body, logically just eating the Spirit Jade embryo, still shouldn't allow it to fully mature. Could it be he absorbed some other supreme treasure of heaven and earth? The stronger the divine body, the more heavenly treasures it requires to achieve completion.
His primal earth embryo could reach completion.
But the celestial demon divine body should still be far from it. Could that dream have been real? One night, I dreamt of drinking immortal embryo dew. I thought it was just a dream. But afterwards, my body really did become much stronger. Maybe this kid actually drank immortal embryo dew, and that's how his divine body was achieved. Could it be a half-born celestial treasure? Some people are accompanied by rare treasures when they're born. These heavenly treasures appear at birth. This kid really is the chosen one. He even has a half-born celestial treasure. His luck truly defies the heavens. Thinking I might have fed myself some immortal embryo dew, much of the resentment in Li Chengxi's heart faded.
The 9 yang celestial fire is so useful.
With a gesture, I recalled the celestial fire into my body. And my danshan. There's a special space that holds celestial fire. It doesn't affect my body at all. I walked over to the scarlet sun prophet. Within a yard of the golden light, all that golden light was instantly absorbed into my body. I could feel something powerful appeared within me. Very quickly, all the eternal ki was absorbed. You absorbed eternal ki. The eternal check-in system is upgraded. Check-in multiplier +1. Daily check-in limit 1. My heart was filled with joy. I really didn't expect. Increasing the check-in multiplier could be so easy. Don't underestimate just a single multiplier. The better the check-in location, the higher the value of this improvement. Like signing in at the 18th hell. I could get a chaos demon pill. With the multiplier, I'd get 2. The value is immeasurable. with the eternal celestial demon divine body. The resources needed to advance are far more than before. Even though I've gotten a lot of resources, they'll eventually run out one day. Increasing the check-in multiplier helps replenish resources. It lets me advance even faster. The daily check-in limit increase is also a very powerful effect. Before, I could only check in once a day. If I found a good check-in spot and used up my daily chance, I'd have to wait until the next day. That would waste a lot of time. In a place like the Eternal Divine Domain with rich Tao energy, there are many check-in locations. Each divine pool can only be entered for 3 days. Even if you enter halfway on the first day, you can sign in at most 4 times. A lot of check-in rewards would be wasted. Check-in rewards. After increasing the limit, I can sign in twice a day now. So in 3 days, I can check in up to 8 times. I can also check in by the Scarlet Sun Prophet. Perfect timing to test the effects of the eternal check-in system. After getting close, silently say, check in your mind. Ding. You have checked in next to the Chiang Immortal Ganoderma. Received a reward, 10,000-year Chiang Immortal Ganoderma. In eternal check-in mode, the reward is doubled. Additionally received another 10,000-year Chiang Immortal Ganoderma. The Chiang Immortal Ganoderma on the ground is about 1,000 years old. Within the 3 realms, 1,000-year-old rare spiritual treasure is extremely rare. Most are picked within just a few decades or centuries. They are harvested by people. In the divine domain, 1,000-year grade treasures are more common, but the 10,000-year ones are quite rare. Few humans ever enter here. But there are native demonic beasts. They fight over them too. These treasures, once they reach a certain stage, often get eaten. Now that I checking here, I actually obtained a
10,000-year grade Chiang Immortal Ganoderma.
truly an unexpected surprise. Damn, I got an extra one. That makes 2 10,000-year Chiang Immortal Ganodermas. This is awesome. 10,000-year grade spiritual treasures are also rare even for check-ins in the underworld. Usually, you can only get them below the 12th level of the underworld. Most of them are extreme yin treasures. Rare to see spiritual treasures of vitality. Celestial demon divine body. Advancing in cultivation requires dual cultivation of celestial and demon powers. You don't only need extreme yin treasures, but also those of vitality. Chiang Immortal Ganoderma is therefore extremely valuable. Although a 10,000-year Ganoderma is only 9,000 years older than a 1,000-year one, its value is more than 100 times greater. Every extra 1,000 years, the value increases tenfold. 2 10,000-year Ganodermas are worth 200 times as much as one that's 1,000 years old. The Chiang Immortal Ganoderma on the ground here is much less valuable, but there's no reason to waste it. I take out a small shovel, then store it in my storage ring. Li Chengxi stands to the side, watching her younger brother take the treasure. She doesn't react at all, thinking to herself, the silver jiao was killed by him. So it's only fair he gets this rare item. But this thing shouldn't be used carelessly. I should teach him how to use it later. Otherwise, it might hurt his body. After digging up the rare Ganoderma, I stand atop a protruding boulder, scanning the surroundings in the distance. The terrain isn't very high. From the mountain, you can see faraway sights. That small mountain has a hint of eternal aura too. So does that patch of forest? Over there's a giant tree 100 meters tall. The eternal aura is incredibly dense here. Based on my previous guesses, eternal aura usually converges from spiritual treasures. The stronger the aura, the better the treasures there. If I keep absorbing eternal aura, the check-in multiplier can still increase. Li Chengxi shields her eyes with her hand, looking into the distance. In the clearing far away, a building's outline catches her attention. That should be the ancient divine palace. There's incredible fate and opportunity within the ancient divine palace. Inside you can find many relics, left behind by ancient gods. She learned about it from an ancient book, where she also found the secret to becoming the eternal emperor hidden in the ancient divine palace. A lifetime refers to the era when one attains the vast earth realm. Trying to break through to the eternal vast earth realm, it was frustrating to realize her own talent still wasn't enough. Breaking through to the eternal vast earth realm is simply impossible. It's not just her. Within the desolate ancient world, all vast earth experts are stuck at the vast earth realm, unable to make the final leap. The eternal vast earth is a higher level above the vast earth realm. Only by breaking through can you truly become master of the three realms. In that life, she obtained the Hongmeng Heaven-Earth Tower and could hide her memories inside the tower, evading many tricks in the underworld to preserve her memories. Reincarnation and rebirth. A crazy idea suddenly came up, reincarnating 100 lifetimes, preparing for 100,000 years to become the eternal emperor. Li Chengxi went through countless hardships to reach the ancient divine rankings and obtain the red divine pool, all for the sake of entering the ancient divine palace. There's a palace on my brother's side. Let's go check it out. Palace, I look in the direction my sister points. Sure enough, I spot a blurry outline. Wow, there's so much eternal aura above that building. Clearly, this place is no ordinary structure. If I can absorb all this eternal aura, the check-in multiplier will definitely increase a lot. But before we go to the divine palace, let's absorb the eternal aura elsewhere first, to avoid having to come back later. I want to go to that forest first. I point to the direction on the left. There's eternal aura in that forest too, even denser than what I absorbed earlier. Clearly, some great treasure is hidden inside. The palace isn't close to us, so let's not waste time in the woods. After discovering the ancient divine palace, Li Chengxi's mind was entirely focused over there. She lost interest in exploring. I still want to go to that forest. I insist on sticking with my plan. The forest is the closest location right now. If we go to the palace first and come back, it'll waste a lot of time. Alright, Li Chengxi has to admit, right now my power is very strong. Much stronger than hers. So this time I'll take the lead. Okay, let's go. I turn and head straight for the forest, holding a fresh deer leg in my hand, gnawing while walking. Wow, it smells amazing. First, I'll eat the deer meat. Later, I'll try the dragon meat to see how delicious it is. Really makes me miss ordering delivery before transmigrating. The days when food came right away. Li Chengxi glanced toward the palace, then looked at the boy's back, secretly called him a foodie. We'll have to go to the shrine later, although we can only move within a 10-mile radius. But in this unfamiliar place, if we split up, it'll be hard to meet again. We might run into some danger. It's better to have each other to rely on. Sticking together is best. The forest is huge. Everywhere are towering trees, 20 to 30 feet tall. Many rare plants are growing here. Even in the wild ancient realm, they're extremely rare. Two kids, not very big, quickly arrived at the center of the forest. Here grows a towering ancient tree, 100 feet tall. This is the ancient tree of life. Li Chengxi saw the tree. Her pupils suddenly contracted. The ancient tree of life absorbs spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius, breeds incredibly strong vitality. Inside the tree trunk, hidden leaves of life. Every drop is worth a fortune. Even as an empress, rarely gets to see this. 100-foot-tall ancient tree of life. Danger, don't get close. Li Chengxi reached out to stop me. The ancient tree of life has developed intelligence. It will attack humans. If you get within 10 feet of it, it will see you as an enemy. If we get close, the tree will devour us with nothing left. I looked up, looking toward the trunk. In the center of the trunk, there is an ancient, wrinkled face. At the crown, a dense aura of eternity floats, much thicker than the red sun immortal fungus we saw earlier. So much eternal aura. After absorbing it, the check-in multiplier could easily double. There's also a check-in spot beneath the trunk. Anyone who says they're not tempted is lying. Each deity ranking's divine pool corresponds to a region inside the ancient divine realm, meaning the divine body rankings region can only be entered once. Afterwards, you can never return. If you miss this check-in spot, it's gone forever. How can we get close to the ancient tree to absorb the eternal aura? You have to be within 1 foot. Same for check-in. Only within 1 foot is allowed. But if you approach within 10 feet of the ancient tree of life, the tree will judge you as an enemy. It will definitely attack us. Without absolute confidence, we absolutely shouldn't move forward. This ancient tree of life has grown for about 2,500 years. Its power rivals the silver dragon, terrifyingly strong. Although the 9 Suns immortal fire is powerful, it has a restraining effect on wood-type monsters. But I'm too weak. I can't let the immortal fire show its true power. If I could master a fire-based technique and use it together with the immortal fire, I could definitely destroy this ancient tree of life. Earlier, hunting the silver dragon was easy, mostly because the silver dragon was only a spirit beast. Nowhere near immortal beast level. Let's leave here. This ancient tree of life isn't something we can handle. Li Chengxi has lots of powerful magical treasures, but she's only been cultivating for 3 days. She can't activate those treasures yet. We can only look at the ancient tree of life, unable to deal with it. Wait, I'm getting hungry. Let's rest for a bit. At a spot 20 feet from the tree, there's an open area. I didn't wait for my sister's approval. Just sat right on the ground. Took out another big piece of deer leg. I'm actually not here to rest. I've already thought of an idea. Maybe it can work against the ancient tree of life. You, seriously. Still thinking about food. Li Chengxi grabs my arm and tries to pull me away, but realizes I'm like an ox. No matter how hard she pulls, I won't budge. I'm gnawing on a piece of meat, splitting my consciousness, entering the system space, summoning the 9 suns immortal fire into this space. Even immortal fires have different grades. From grade 1 to 9, then there's the supreme grade. The higher the grade, the rarer it is. The power of the flames gets more terrifying. The 9 suns immortal fire is even rarer than the sky sun immortal fire. But the true power of its flame is only about grade 1 immortal fire. That grade makes it hard to deal with the ancient tree of life. If I can upgrade 9 suns immortal fire to grade 2, or even grade 3, I could handle the tree with confidence. I got a lot of treasures when checking in at the underworld. Some of them can boost the grade of immortal fire. My figure appears in a scorching region. Here stands a volcano, billowing thick smoke. Magma in the crater is terrifyingly hot, as if it could melt the very heavens and earth. If Li Chengxi showed up here and saw this magma, she'd be shocked to discover it's no ordinary magma. It's a treasure from the immortal realm. Red immortal magma can nourish immortal fire. 9 suns immortal fire. Head down and absorb some 9 suns immortal fire. Standing at the mouth of the volcano, feeling the red immortal magma below, showing excitement. When it heard its master say it could absorb red immortal lava, the flames burned even more fiercely. The immortal flame turned into a streak of light and fell into the lava. It frantically devoured the surrounding red immortal lava. The firepower of the 9 yang immortal flame was rapidly increasing. In the real world, I sat on a moss-covered rock, holding a big chunk of venison in my hands, with my mouth covered in grease as I ate. I had the cook prepare this leg at home, so I could just bring it and eat it on the spot. Li Chengxi stood to the side, anxiously sweating on her forehead. You foodie, we have limited time in the divine realm. You can't waste it like this. Don't worry. Do you want something to eat? I already have a plan. Once my beast's grade goes up, I'll deal with the ancient tree of life. I wouldn't be in the mood to eat this if it weren't for Li Chengxi. So there I sat on the mossy rock, gnawing piece after piece of venison. About an hour passed. Of course, it wasn't just for food. It was to train my beast. In order to handle the ancient tree system, inside the world, the 9 yang immortal flame grew ever stronger. Rustling sounds echoed through the woods, coming from the direction of the ancient tree of life. Thick vines as big as arms came flying toward us, wildly waving. Li Chengxi saw this scene, her face turning pale as a sheet. Her heart leaped into her throat. Crap, the ancient tree is going to attack us. Run, normally. As long as you don't get within 30 feet of the ancient tree, it won't become hostile. But these 2 kids have stayed here too long. The ancient tree is hostile now, and is preparing to attack them both. I narrowed my eyes slightly and pushed my palm toward the tree. A golden flame shot out from my palm, and wherever it passed, the vines all dodged out of the way. Li Chengxi reacted quickly, turned and ran. After running a few yards, he looked back at me and saw I still wasn't preparing to run away. Run! It's dangerous.
He ignored the danger.
Hastily retreating, his small body standing in front of me, blocking me with his body, trying to use himself to block the attacking vines, to buy his brother some time. Though I can be a little annoying, we are related by blood after all. At this critical moment, she still acted like a real sister, trying to protect him. Li Chengxi grabbed my wrist, pulling me along to escape. Run! Your immortal flame is no match for the ancient tree. At best we can stall it.
which will give us a chance to escape. He had already calculated the outcome of Immortal Flame versus Ancient Tree. The Immortal Flame could hold it back, but couldn't really deal a fatal blow. Those vines would eventually devour us both. There's no way we'll survive if we stay here. Whoosh! The 9 young Immortal Flames shot through the vines, slamming fiercely into the trunk. The intense heat instantly charred a huge section of bark. The ancient tree twisted violently, letting out sizzling, creaking sounds. Damn humans! The tree's face opened its mouth and spoke human language. I will never let you go. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of vines shot out from the trunk, weaving a giant net around the 9 young Immortal Flame. More and more vines wrapped together, forming a massive sphere. The flame's power was trapped in the center of the vines, unable to break free at the moment. Thousands of vines shot toward the escaping pair. The ancient tree was determined to finish off these 2 humans, so the flame would lose its master's control and become much easier to deal with. Crap! Li Chengxi's back turned cold with fear, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. The ancient tree is extremely intelligent, no less than a human. Clearly, it had already come up with a plan for how to handle the 2 of us. Once the vines catch up, we'll surely die here. Are we really leaving the divine realm now? I'm not willing to accept that. The divine pool lets people enter, and it can also let people leave the divine realm. As long as we activate it again, the divine pool will release a force to send us both out of here. When facing danger, we can choose to trigger the divine pool and escape. But if we leave now, we'll never have another chance to enter again. He hasn't explored the temple yet, hasn't had a chance to investigate the secrets of the eternal land, and really can't accept that. Li Heng, take out the divine pool. Let's get out of here. No matter how unwilling, we can't die here. Staying alive is the only way to get another shot. Suddenly, a wave of heat came rushing from behind. The gigantic sphere formed by tens of thousands of vines was blown apart by the terrifying power of the flames. Boom! The blazing fire turned the woods a golden yellow. Li Chengxi turned and looked at that immortal flame, his eyes nearly popping out. The 9 yang immortal flame. It evolved. It used to be only the size of a fist, but now after evolving it's about a foot long. The flame's power is terrifying. Even from a distance, they could feel the frightening heat. With a swoosh, the 9 yang immortal flame turned into a beam of light and struck directly at the ancient tree. The old face on the ancient tree was filled with horror. Tens of thousands of vines shot toward the immortal flame. Before they even got close, they burst into raging fire. Flames traveled along the vines toward the tree trunk. When the immortal flame hit the bark, the terrifyingly high temperature made it ignite instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scorching flames engulfed the entire ancient tree, towering to the sky. Li Chengxi stopped in his tracks. He no longer tried to escape. His eyes were fixed on that cluster of immortal fire. A look of envy flashed in his eyes. He actually advanced. That's some incredible luck. Previously, the 9 young immortal flame was only 1st grade. After advancing, it's now the equivalent of 3rd grade. Even in the desolate ancient realm, 3rd grade immortal flames are extremely rare. To deal with a 2,000-year-old ancient tree of life, it's not difficult at all. His gaze turned toward me beside him. He was insanely jealous inside. How is this kid so lucky? Even at such a critical moment, the immortal flame can evolve on its own. Could this really be the true child of destiny? There are several ways the immortal flame can evolve. One is to have the immortal flame devour fire-attributed treasures of heaven and earth, if it absorbs enough of them. Once the power of the flame reaches a tipping point, it can evolve. The second is to break through a barrier during a moment of crisis. This is self-evolution. This method of evolution is extremely rare. Among 10,000 immortal flames, maybe not one will achieve it. How long has this kid had the immortal flame? Barely 3 years, and it's already evolved on its own. That's insanely lucky. According to his guess, I don't actually have any treasures to cultivate the immortal flame. It's definitely because the immortal flame encountered danger, so it evolved by itself to protect its master. Anyone would be envious of that. Such treasures for nurturing the immortal flame are rare. Even in his 100,000 years of preparations, he barely found any. When I saw the immortal flame advance, I nodded with satisfaction. Just now, the Xiang immortal flame devoured the scarlet immortal magma, and it had already reached a critical point for breakthrough. But when a fight broke out suddenly, I could only summon the immortal flame first, call it out during the battle, and forced to the limit by external pressure, it finally broke through. This breakthrough is closely related to the scarlet immortal magma. Indeed, scarlet immortal magma is no ordinary treasure. Even when checking in at the underworld, I didn't obtain much of it. Now it's finally proven useful. The immortal flame's temperature is extremely high. The ancient tree of life burned fiercely. It took almost 4 hours before the flames finally died out. Within 100-foot radius of the ancient tree, there were no other trees, so it didn't cause a forest fire. With a crash, the ancient tree fell to the ground. A pool of thick emerald green liquid was left behind. I walked over and took out a jade bottle. I collected the liquid. There were about 20 drops of life tree sap. This is truly a good thing. Life tree sap is full of rich life energy. For cultivators below the immortal level, no matter how severe their injuries, just 1 drop can fully restore them. For those who are nearing the end of their lives, just 1 drop can add 100 years to their lifespan. 100 years may not seem long, but it's enough for these cultivators to do many things. With that extra 100 years, they might break through their current realm and gain even more lifespan. That's why life tree sap is a treasure that everyone in the cultivation world wants to fight for. After the tree trunk collapsed, the ancient energy at the top of the tree slowly descended, and it was beginning to dissipate. When a plant dies, this ancient energy will completely dissipate in a few days. At that point, it can't be absorbed anymore. When the tree of life dies, you can check in, or you can absorb the ancient energy. I chose to absorb the ancient energy first. That way, the check-in bonus is multiplied. Only by checking in can you get more benefits. I didn't have to wait long standing there before golden light from the sky descended, merging into my body.
Ding.
You absorbed the ancient energy. Check-in rewards are doubled. Daily check-in limit increased by 2 times. With those 2 multipliers, the total check-in bonus is now 3x. If I had checked in earlier at the Sheng Immortal Ginseng, with a 3x multiplier, I would have received 4 10,000-year Qiang Immortal Ginseng roots. Each one is worth a fortune. Even in the desolate ancient realm, they're highly coveted. Now the reward has doubled 2 more times. The ancient energy gathered by the ancient tree of life is indeed abundant. According to my guess, the amount of ancient energy present is probably related to how long the plant has existed. The longer it has survived, the more it absorbs. Check-in. Ding. You checked in at the tree of life. Reward: 1 bottle of life tree sap. With the 3x multiplier, you get 3 more bottles of life tree sap. Add the 3 bottles to the original one, and that's 4 bottles. I was overjoyed. The rewards from checking in automatically entered the secret room of my system space. After entering the space, I opened the jade bottle. Using the sunlight from the sky, I looked inside through the opening. There should be 100 drops of life tree sap in each bottle. 4 bottles means 400 drops in total. That's enough to last a long time. Life tree sap is a treasure for healing injuries, and it can also extend lifespan. It's highly sought after in all 3 realms. It's always good to collect as much as possible. I then put away 17 drops of life tree leaves from the ground. Leave 3 drops. These 3 drops are for you. You'll get plenty from daily check-ins anyway, so there's no need to fuss over it. These few drops of life tree leaves can heal injuries. If you get hurt, take them immediately. You'll recover quickly. The cultivation world is full of dangers. I don't want to see Chengxi get hurt either. Even though we bicker a lot, we're still family after all. Deep down, I do care about her. Thanks, Li Chengxi shot me a grateful look. At a time like this, Li Heng still thinks of me. It's really quite nice. Life tree leaves are indeed precious. Sometimes they can save your life. Keeping a few stored is like having a powerful ace up your sleeve. The unpleasantness from the shower incident earlier faded away a bit more. Now we should be heading toward the temple, right? Wait, I pointed toward a small hill in the distance. I want to go to that hill. In my eyes, that mountain is also filled with ancient energy, no less than this old tree. We definitely have to check it out. What could be on that hill? Li Chengxi didn't believe it. that I could just randomly pick a place and find something. Treasure anyway, I'm going. I turned and headed toward the little hill, not caring whether my sister followed or not. Li Chengxi was speechless. She could only choose to follow behind. Walking forward together with the boy, the two walked through the woods and entered a narrow path. Ahead, a hazy gray barrier suddenly appeared. I walked up to the barrier and gently tapped it with my finger. A ripple appeared where my finger touched, spreading outward. This barrier has strong resistance, blocking my finger from going through. There's no way to pass through this barrier like this. Li Chengxi was actually familiar with this barrier. She took out the red divine stone. You need this. If you only have the white divine stone, you can only explore the outermost area. The silver divine pool lets you into area 2. There are more opportunities here. The gold divine pool gives access to area 3. Violet divine pool allows entry to area 4 and the temple. The red divine pool not only grants access to every area, it also allows entry to a special secret treasure room inside the temple. According to Li Chengxi's research, the secret to becoming an eternal emperor is hidden inside this chamber. The girl pressed her divine pool against the barrier. It automatically split open just wide enough to pass through. She slipped through easily. I also took out my 7-colored divine stone and walked through. To explore more areas, you have to rank higher on the divine leaderboard. That way, you can absorb even more ancient energy. There are also some divine leaderboards. After making the list, you'll receive an opportunity reward directly, without even having to enter the divine domain. Compared to entering the divine domain, these kinds of leaderboards have an advantage, which is that, as long as you make it, you're guaranteed to get an opportunity. No need to come here and try your luck. Next, the two of us climbed the hill smoothly. There were no beasts guarding this place. At the top was a pool radiating brilliant blue light. Li Chengxi was stunned at the sight of the pool. This is the Linyeshan pool. Talk about good luck. She couldn't help but glance at the boy beside her. Just what special ability does this kid have to sense that such a treasure was here on the mountaintop? From afar, the hill seemed to have nothing unusual. You only notice the difference when you're close. The eternal divine domain has special rules and powers, so treasures don't give off much of an aura. The spirit liquid pool is a pond that gathers spiritual energy. You can use the spirit liquid inside to cultivate. Just a single drop is equal to a month of hard training. But there's something special about it. The liquid in this pool can only be used for cultivation. You can't take it out with you. Once you leave the pool, it turns into ordinary liquid. Golden vapor floats above the pool and merges into my body as I approach.
Ding.
You absorbed ancient energy. Check-in bonus multiplied by 3. Daily check-in limit increased by 3. This pool has existed even longer than that ancient tree and has gathered even more ancient energy. After absorbing it, the check-in multiplier rises another 3 times, making it 6 times in total. Now the rewards from check-ins will be huge. This pool contains Dao Jade, which you can use to check in. After absorbing all the ancient energy, without any hesitation, ding, you checked in at the Spirit Liquid Pool and received a reward. Spirit Liquid Pool, 3 Zhang. Bonus increased 6 times. Additionally received, Spirit Liquid Pool, 18 Zhang. A new identical pool appeared on an empty spot in the system space. 3 Zhang wide, 21 Zhang long. From now on, as long as the phantom in the space bathes in this pool, they can directly absorb its spiritual energy. System space absorbs spirit liquid, and it works directly on the main body, the spirit liquid pool before me. 10 feet long and 10 feet wide. It's far inferior to what you get from system sign-ins. Sign-in multiplier boosted. My earnings from a single sign-in are greatly increased. Places like this sign-in spot, you can only sign in once. Once your luck runs out, it'll disappear. The higher the multiplier, the greater the reward. This time, entering the Eternal Oracle was really worth it. Little sis, wait a bit before heading to the temple. Let's stay here and absorb the spiritual liquid. I glanced up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. The sky began to grow darker. It's rare to encounter such a precious cultivation treasure. Tonight I'll stay here. I'll explore again tomorrow. This pool isn't big, but it's enough for 2 people to absorb for a long time. You discovered this pool. It should be yours, so it's not right for me to absorb. Li Chengxi didn't really intend to take these things. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have encountered this item. It's fine, there isn't a lot of spiritual liquid in the pool anyway. We can't take it with us regardless. Let's just absorb all of it quickly, I said generously. Alright, Li Chengxi rarely sees me being generous. The manager's impression of me changed drastically. This kid seems not so annoying after all. Maybe I misunderstood before. Li Chengxi gave a cold snort. She sat by the pool. Her small hand reached into the spirit pool. As her skin touched the spiritual liquid, rich spiritual energy flowed in through her pores. The girl quickly pulled her hand back. She immediately sat cross-legged. She started absorbing the energy entering her body. Buzz, her body suddenly trembled. A powerful aura surged out. I stood aside, stunned. She's already at the peak of spiritual energy. My little sis is no pushover. I originally thought in these 3 days, Li Chengxi breaking through to the second or third layer of spiritual energy would be impressive. But now she's already at the peak, much faster than I expected. She's refining her spiritual energy. After reaching the peak of energy condensation, she can choose to directly break into the body-tempering realm. But that means missing a lot of things. Only by refining spiritual energy within the body can you lay a stronger foundation. Your future achievements will be higher. In ancient times, many supreme beings of heaven and earth emerged. It was because they understood how to cultivate better. They established solid foundations. Back then, refining spiritual energy was the norm. But later, cultivation techniques were simplified. They left out the most important part at the end. Only the basics of energy condensation remained, which is the 9th stage. In the Eternal Divine ranking, there's another ranking, focused on refining spiritual energy. It's called the Eternal Artifact ranking. Only those able to squeeze into the top 100 need to refine spiritual energy at least 15 times or more. This is the ultimate standard among countless cultivators. My little sis has already started refining spiritual energy. I can't just sit idle. Splash, while my sister is cultivating. I dove straight into the spirit pool to absorb. This kind of spiritual liquid works best when you're completely soaked in it. But not everyone dares to jump directly into the spirit pool. Their bodies can't take it. They'll burst from the excess spiritual energy. The spirit pool is deeper than it looks on the surface. It's about 10 feet deep. The boy jumped into the pool, rolling up his sleeves. He rubbed his body with the spiritual liquid. Earlier, he was roasted by the blazing fire at the ancient tree of life, breaking into a sweat. His body was sticky and uncomfortable. So he used the spiritual liquid to bathe. Whoa, you know what? This spirit liquid bath is amazing. Bathing in spirit liquid. I bet there's nothing more luxurious in the world. After washing up, he sank to the bottom of the pool. He sat cross-legged and cultivated the ancient immortal demon divine body. Even while immersed in spirit liquid, he could still breathe oxygen. That's nothing to worry about. Spiritual liquid seeped into his body through 36,000 pores. The powerful spiritual energy exploded within his body. I controlled these energies so they'd merge into the left side of my body. Compared to taking pills, soaking in spiritual liquid like this allows absorption hundreds of times faster. In just a short while, the spiritual energy in my body hit another critical point. I broke through to the 7th level of energy condensation. By the poolside, Li Chengxi was fully immersed in cultivation. The spiritual liquid she just gathered was quickly absorbed. The effect of the spiritual liquid is really great, much easier to absorb than pills. I need to hurry up and absorb more, so I don't fall behind that kid. Up to now, I want to compete with that guy in everything I do. Like this spiritual liquid heavenly pool, you can't take the liquid with you. You can only stay here and absorb for the night. Whoever absorbs more wins. I have an immortal technique to draw in spiritual energy. That kid definitely can't beat me. This immortal technique was specially sought out in the ancient wilderness realm. It doesn't require immortal energy to activate. It's perfect for the primordial geo-embryo, primordial absorption technique. This immortal skill must be used with the primordial geo-embryo to be effective. Without this physique, it's useless even if you obtain it. In the first 3 days entering the eternal divine region, I relied on this technique, so I could break through to energy condensation in such a short time. Now that I've reached the peak stage, I encounter the forest spiritual pool. It's a good chance to absorb some forest energy to refine my spiritual power. Refining spiritual energy means removing impurities from the spiritual power inside the body and condensing it into a new pure stream of spiritual energy. During this tempering process, the spiritual energy in the body gradually decreases. New spiritual energy must be added to continue moving forward. The Eternal Divine Artifact Ranking. It's also the list for which he must compete for first place. These 100,000 years of preparation will definitely let him surpass all rivals. Where did that kid go? Looking around in all directions, I still don't see any sign of him. Nothing unusual happened just now, so there probably isn't any danger. He probably just went to take care of business. That kid eats so much. It's no wonder his stomach acts up. Li Chengxi scooped up some spiritual liquid with her hands and brought it to her mouth. With her lips parted, she drank it all down. After drinking, she immediately focused her mind and held her breath, and performed her celestial technique, Hongmeng Universal Absorption Technique. The spiritual liquid entered her body and quickly spread throughout, charging through the meridians. Just 2 days ago, she finally broke through the Hongmeng Earth Foundation to the full mastery stage. Now, her absorption speed is 1,000 times faster than before. That's also why she waited 3 days before entering the divine realm. With the Hongmeng Universal Absorption Technique operating, the spiritual power running wild in her body was gathered together, following the refining route throughout the body. Soon, all the spiritual liquid was completely absorbed, and she successfully completed another round of refining. Li Chengxi opened her eyes, then scooped up more spiritual liquid and swallowed it again.
Taking it directly this way
Was even faster than letting it contact her body. She closed her eyes and kept absorbing. In this way, nearly an hour passed. She managed to refine her spiritual energy 4 times. A giant full moon rose into the night sky, bathing the earth with its bright glow. Moonlight brightly illuminated the divine realm at night. Why isn't that kid back yet? Did something happen to him? Next to the pool, it was completely empty. She still didn't see any trace of me. She decided to wait a little longer. He should be back soon. Li Chengxi scooped up more spiritual liquid and swallowed it again. She closed her eyes to cultivate. Just as she settled into cultivation this time, scenes of me being chased by monsters surfaced in her mind, risking her life to escape, shouting "Sister!" from her mouth, calling for her sister to save her. Suddenly, Li Chengxi snapped her eyes open, her pupils filled with deep worry. No, what if something really happened to that kid? I'd better go look for him anyway. After all this time, I've already come to see him as family in my heart. He is, after all, my little brother. We share the same blood. If my brother is in trouble, as his older sister, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Li Chengxi turned and walked down the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded behind her. She turned her head toward the pool. Spiritual liquid was spraying out like a fountain. A small boy's figure floated up from the bottom of the pool. If he didn't have a divine body, Li Chengxi would absolutely have thought a corpse had floated up instead. What? That kid was soaking in the pool? Thinking about all my filth, and how I'd been soaking there for so long. Li Chengxi had actually drunk that spiritual liquid too. She felt so disgusted she could throw up. I drank my little brother's bathwater. Li Chengxi crouched down, retching repeatedly. But that spiritual liquid was all absorbed already. She couldn't throw up even a little. You nasty brat. I don't ever want to see you again. I was just soaking at the bottom of the pool, so my whole body could absorb the spiritual liquid. It worked surprisingly well. Now I've successfully broken through to the peak of the key condensation stage. Next comes the phase for refining spiritual energy. My ranking on the divine artifact list will depend on how many times I refine my spiritual power. Sis, are you feeling unwell? I gently steadied my sister's shoulder, showing real concern. Is your stomach upset? How about a little spiritual liquid? It might help you feel better. Hearing the words "drink spiritual liquid," Li Chengxi got even more embarrassed and angry. No way. If I hadn't drunk that boy's bath spiritual liquid, I wouldn't be this disgusted. This kid really says all the wrong things. Fine then, I'll leave you alone. Seeing my sister recover a bit, I wasn't as worried anymore. At this stage, absorbing more spiritual liquid is what's important. Splash! I jumped back into the spiritual pool again, leaving Li Chengxi standing there, petrified, with her little hand halfway up as if to stop me. Why did you jump back in the pool again? It's just more efficient to absorb like this. I'm not even afraid of dirt or anything. Going back to the bottom of the pool, Li Chengxi frowned deeply. After much hesitation, she still scooped up some spiritual liquid. But this time she didn't swallow it. Instead, she absorbed it through her palm. No wonder, since I've been soaking in that pool for so long. Of course she wouldn't want to drink it. Absorbing through the hand is a bit slower, but it's still acceptable. I go back to the bottom of the pool. When those 6,000 pores unleash terrifying suction, they draw the spiritual liquid into the body for refinement. The impurities from the spiritual energy previously absorbed are gradually eliminated. New spiritual energy is integrated into it throughout the whole process. The amount of spiritual energy doesn't actually increase, but its purity gets a huge boost. If you use the same technique, there's no doubt that refined spiritual energy is much more powerful. Refining is actually pretty simple. It just takes a lot more time and spiritual energy. When you reach a certain level of refinement, you might not be able to continue. Everyone's cultivation aptitude is different, so the upper limit varies too. An entire night passed, and the spiritual liquid in the pool kept getting less and less, until it was almost gone. I've managed to refine it 10 times so far. I'm only 5 refinements away from making it onto the immortal artifact rankings. But the last 5 refinements are incredibly difficult, consuming several times more spiritual energy than before. Li Chengxi also spent the whole night absorbing spiritual liquid as well, but he only absorbed about 1/10 of what I did. I took in the vast majority of spiritual liquid from the whole pool. The sun rises in the east, and a streak of morning glow spreads across the sky. Li Chengxi opens his eyes and looks at me in surprise. This guy is truly a freak. His rate of absorbing spiritual liquid is insanely fast. Although he used immortal techniques, he didn't enter a spiritual sense state, so his cultivation speed was clearly much slower. Mainly the primordial earth body can't handle that much spiritual liquid. It might even damage his meridians. Looking at things this way, the strength of the eternal immortal demon body really stands out. The two of us then stopped cultivating and walked toward the shrine. Along the way, I found 3 more younger brothers with eternal aura and absorbed all of them. My sign-in multiplier increased another 5 times. It now totals 11 times. I also picked up rich sign-in rewards along the way. A majestic hall stood on the open ground. Portraits of gods were carved into the walls. I stared at one of the deities, just a single glance, and my consciousness was sucked into a special world. There an awe-inspiring god appeared. His divine body shook heaven and earth. With a casual move, the entire world quaked. What a terrifying power of blood and energy. That god definitely possesses a divine body, even stronger than my own eternal immortal demon body. The deities existed in ancient times. During that era, everyone could easily break through to the immortal realm. The physics they had were way more powerful than now. The immortal demon body wouldn't even stand out in that era. Since ancient times, there have been no more gods. Maybe that's because cultivators' physics could no longer meet the requirements to become a god. When Li Chengxi saw the god's portrait, he was stunned, frozen in place, unable to calm down for a long time. This is what a true supreme exists between heaven and earth. Although I had seen portraits of gods in ancient texts before, none of those images captured any divine presence. They couldn't reflect the true power of a god. A long time passed before the two of us finally came back to our senses. Let's go in. Li Chengxi took out the divine pool first and gently pushed open the big doors. The heavy doors swung open to both sides, and an ancient aura flowed out from inside the hall. I also took out my divine pool and walked into the hall with my little sister. Just as we entered the main hall, the eternal aura all around us rushed toward our bodies. We stood for quite a while at the entrance, absorbing huge amounts of eternal aura. Ding, you have absorbed eternal aura. Your sign-in multiplier increased by 10 times. Daily sign-in attempts increased by 10. I never expected there'd be so much eternal aura hidden inside the eternal shrine. I can't believe there's this much eternal aura stored here. Looks like this shrine can also attract eternal aura, but can't preserve it forever. After enough has accumulated, it will disperse. If you do the math, the eternal shrine has existed for millions of years. The eternal aura should be tens of thousands of times greater than now. But after absorbing it, I only got a tenfold increase. So I guess that this shrine can't store eternal aura permanently. It's just like a container. There's always a capacity limit. Once it's full, no matter how much more eternal aura comes in, it can't hold it. It just overflows, always staying completely filled. After absorbing, all of the eternal aura in the container is gone in one shot. After thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the eternal aura here will be full again. But I won't be able to come back and absorb it again. A tenfold increase at once was really a lucky bonus. Counting the previous times, my boost totals 21 times. Sign-in rewards. Now every sign-in reward is super generous. To raise the eternal divine body to the next level, I'll need to absorb tons of spiritual and demonic energy. Increasing the sign-in multiplier gets me way more rewards, which will speed up my cultivation in the future. If he were to absorb the world's spiritual energy, get up and cultivate. Breaking through a realm could take forever. Inside the eternal divine hall, there's a long corridor. Both sides are lined with towering statues. Each statue represents a deity. I walked while observing all around. Only after entering here did I realize what true deities are. Even just a statue, it gives off an unshakable feeling. It's said there's immense opportunity hidden in this hall. If you're chosen by any of the deities, you'll receive their legacy. This is the inheritance of the gods. Even acquiring a little bit will benefit you endlessly in the future. But the vision of these gods is extremely high. Very few humans are chosen. Many who get the purple divine pool enter the hall and gain nothing at all. The two walk along the corridor. When they reach a certain deity's statue, the massive statue suddenly radiates dazzling light. The girl's figure is enveloped in it. A look of surprise appears on my face. Little sis is really lucky. She actually gained an opportunity here. Opportunities within the eternal divine hall differ. The hall we're entering, its opportunities relate to divine bodies. Behind Li Chengxi, an illusory image of the primal earth embryo emerges. The deity statue waves its hand and gently brushes the illusion. The earth embryo bursts into brilliant light. The earth embryo was originally in infant form, but after being touched by the deity, it transformed into a heroic immortal grace. An imposing aura erupts with terrifying pressure. At this moment, my pupils contract sharply, and my heart is pounding. Primal Emperor God. The Primal Emperor Divine Body is an advanced form of the Primal Emperor Earth embryo. Its cultivation talent is at least 1,000 times superior. The Primal Emperor Divine Body's talent even approaches the eternal immortal demon divine body. I truly didn't expect that my little sister would encounter such a heaven-defying opportunity here. I feel a bit jealous inside. Previously, the fifth immortal demon divine body could easily surpass my sister in both cultivation speed and physical attributes, far outperforming her. Now it's only slightly stronger than the primal emperor divine body, no longer completely overwhelming. The eternal divine hall truly is a remarkable place. No wonder people scramble desperately to get in. As long as you encounter an opportunity, you can rise against all odds. Only those ranked in the top 10 of the Eternal God rankings can qualify to enter the Eternal Divine Hall. The opportunity ends. The statue returns to its original form. Li Chengxi senses changes within herself. Joy and surprise mixed. Primal Emperor Divine Body. This is truly an unexpected delight. Once inside the hall, no one can be certain if they'll obtain an opportunity. She turns to the boy, her eyes showing pride. My divine body is now almost equal to yours. I am destined to surpass you in the future. You'll soon have to call me big sister. After gaining the opportunity, the two continue deeper into the corridor. I walk on, glancing left and right, hoping some statue will respond to me, bestow me an opportunity. This time, it seems my luck has run out. I reach the end of the corridor, but none of the statues respond. I can't help feeling disappointed. Li Chengxi shakes her head slightly. We've reached the end already, and no opportunity appeared. It looks like it's hard for me to gain one now. It's a pity. The corridor ends with a spacious main hall. At its center stands an enormous deity statue. twice the size of any we've seen before. An aura of dignity that brooks no disrespect emanates from the statue. Behind it are two tightly shut doors. The left door is slightly smaller, with a golden plaque above it. It reads Eternal Library Pavilion. The right door is much taller and larger. Its plaque says Eternal Treasure Pavilion. Li Chengxi looks toward the library pavilion on the left, her eyes ablaze with longing. She learned some information from an ancient book that in the library pavilion of the Divine Body Hall lies a divine book containing secrets to break through in the eternal lands. As long as she finds the book, she can follow its contents in the future, building her foundation step by step, and eventually become an eternal great emperor. Getting into the Eternal Library Pavilion isn't easy either. You must possess a red divine pool to unlock the door. As for the treasure pavilion, that door is the private treasure vault of deities. Only gods can enter. In countless millennia, no one has ever stepped through that door. They've reached the main hall now. This guy didn't get any opportunity. Looks like that's probably it. Li Chengxi wants to surpass me. But seeing I didn't gain any opportunity, she still feels a bit sorry for me. After all, coming to the divine domain is rare. She takes out the red divine stone, preparing to enter the library pavilion.
Buzz.
The central giant statue suddenly opens its eyes. Its deep pupils contain boundless divine power. Li Chengxi only glances at its eyes, frightened nearly out of her soul. Boom! The statue lifts its arm, gently brushing the top of my head. A vast, unfathomable voice echoes throughout the main hall. As the immortal demon divine body with the eternal ultimate chaotic divine bone. Creak! The statue's abdomen splits open with a crack. A bone shimmering with rainbow colors flies in front of me and slowly merges into my chest cavity. Li Chengxi saw this divine bone and was trembling all over with fear. This is the legendary Chaos Divine Bone. I can't believe I obtained such a powerful treasure. The Chaos Treasure is the strongest artifact in the three realms. Just this single Chaos Divine Bone is far stronger than the Hongming Emperor Divine Body. Plus, with the Immortal Demon Divine Body, the gap between us has widened even more. The girl sighed helplessly. The advantage from previously acquiring the Hongming Emperor Divine Body vanished in an instant. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. At this rate, it'll be a long time in the future before she can catch up with me. The Chaos Divine Bone merged into my chest, combining with the original rib. Thump thump. My heartbeat grows stronger and more powerful. With every beat, blood and energy surge through my entire body. I can actually hear the roaring sound of a tidal wave in my blood vessels. I can't help but marvel at just how powerful my body is. The immortal demon divine body, along with this chaos divine bone, has upgraded my aptitude to an unbelievable level. The temple we're entering now is called the Divine Body Hall. The opportunities granted here are related to the divine body. Once the chance descends, the statue is restored to its original state. I walk to the base of the statue. In his eyes, the area around the statue is filled with dense Tao aura. It's not inferior at all to the sign-in spot at the 18th floor of Hell. Clearly, this is a perfect place to sign in. The sign-in multiplier can now be increased by 21 times. That means the rewards will be extremely generous. I'm really looking forward to it. Signing ding. Signed in at the Eternal Divine Body Hall. Received 1 bottle of Eternal Divine Oil as a reward. Rewards increased by 21. Gain 21 extra bottles of Eternal Divine Oil. Hearing the name Divine Oil, I thought of Indian Divine Oil. My face showed an extremely interesting expression. Could it be that this divine oil has some special effects too? Maybe I'll try it out sometime. I close my eyes. My consciousness enters the system space. Check the introduction for Divine Oil. Eternal Divine Oil, where Hongming Qi gathers atop Mount Myriad Gods. Each 10,000 years, 1 drop of divine oil forms. It has terrifying body-tempering effects. A casual gesture. A palm-sized jade bottle appears in my hand. When the redwood stopper on top pops off with a pop. Bathed in sunlight overhead, I peer down into the bottle. Inside is golden liquid. Not much, only 100 drops. Turns out this divine oil is for body tempering. Got excited for nothing. This divine oil is actually a treasure condensed atop Mount Myriad Gods. It takes 10,000 years to form a single drop. It's incredibly precious. A whole bottle equals the amount accumulated over 1,000,000 years. The eternal sign-in mode is really amazing. Signing in here. Normally I'd only get 1 bottle of divine oil. With the eternal sign-in multiplier boost, instantly get 21 times more. Plus my original 1 bottle. A total of 22 bottles. Counting in years. That equals 22,000,000 years to condense. How precious is that? Even for someone with plenty of resources like me, the reward feels extremely generous. This bottle of divine oil is used during the body tempering realm. Its effect is definitely astonishing. Li Chengxi walked to the front door of the book pavilion, placed the red divine pool in the groove of the door. The heavy door opened inward with a creak. A rustic aura flowed out from inside. A grand book pavilion appeared before the two of us. Li Chengxi didn't hesitate at all, and went straight in. At the entrance there's an invisible barrier. When the girl came near, it sensed the divine pool in her hand. The barrier automatically opened, leaving a gap for one person to pass. The girl walked in smoothly. I followed behind, holding the 7-colored divine pool, and encountered the barrier, but wasn't stopped at all. The 7-colored divine pool has a higher rank than the red divine pool. It also grants access to the book pavilion. The book pavilion is very large. Rows and rows of bookshelves are arranged. Every shelf is filled with books. Those who enter here can choose 1 book. With the purple divine pool, one can enter the temple, but not the book pavilion, the top of the divine list, meaning the first place winner gets the red divine pool. Only then can they enter the book hall and select an ancient text. This is why Li Chengxi wants first place. Even for just a short hour. After entering the book pavilion, Li Chengxi stood before each bookshelf, carefully checking the names of the books. I stopped in front of a bookshelf and picked up a book placed on it. 9 Cauldrons Divine Refining Method. It's a method to upgrade the divine body's realm. It's not useful to me. I put the book back, picked up another book, Returning Origin Longevity Technique. Maybe those old folks would need it. I'm still young, and nowhere near dying. Once again I put this book back, and looked at another one. After checking over a dozen bookshelves, still didn't find a suitable technique. This one's interesting. Blood Shadow Divine Statue. It summons the statue through the power of one's bloodline. The stronger the power in your bloodline, the stronger the divine statue you summon. What's my greatest strength now? Without a doubt, it's my bloodline. At this stage, being able to summon a divine statue with my bloodline's power to fight for me lets me unleash incredibly strong combat power. This is definitely the most suitable cultivation technique for me. I'll choose this one. I hold the book in my arms and look toward my sister in the distance. Why is my little sister still hesitating? Is it because there are too many books and it's overwhelming her? I walk toward my sister and pick up a book from the shelf along the way. I hand the book to her. Luo, I think this cultivation method suits you. Li Chengxi turned her head to look and instantly flew into a rage. Cultivate the mind and nurture the spirit. I shake the book in my hand and say, "You're too hot-tempered." Practicing this technique will help you adjust yourself. You can marry into a good family in the future. Go to hell. Even the former empress accidentally cursed. Look at yourself. At your age and already swearing. I stuff the book into my sister's arms. Learning this will be good for you. Li Chengxi ignores me. As she turns, her eyes suddenly light up after a random glance. In an inconspicuous corner, there's a yellowed ancient book, Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor. According to an ancient record, inside the library of the Divine Body Hall, there is a book that records how to become the Eternal Emperor. Its title is exactly the same as this book here. The girl's movements are swift. She grabs the ancient book and puts it in her spatial pouch. I also catch a glimpse of the bold characters on the cover. My pupils suddenly contract. Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor. Could it be that this book records how to become the Eternal Emperor? Above an emperor, there is an even higher realm, known as the Eternal Emperor. It's said that since ancient times, becoming an emperor has been the utmost limit. No one has ever gained the title of Eternal Emperor since then. I put on a different expression and stare into the girl's eyes. Little sister, can you give me that book? I'm also very interested in how to become the Eternal Emperor. Since I'm reliving my life, I should plan ahead, so I don't miss out on precious opportunities later. No, After Li Chengxi got the book she wanted, she didn't keep looking around and turned to walk toward the exit. I just want to take a look. I don't want your book. I hurried to catch up with her. But unfortunately, my sister put the book away in her spatial ring. I couldn't snatch it from her. Li Chengxi didn't even turn her head and quickly passed through the barrier, leaving the library. Everyone can only take one book from here. Even if you put it in your spatial pouch, the rule is the same, so stingy. All I can do is think about finding another chance to get that book in the future. I'm heading back. Li Chengxi is getting ready to crush the Divine Pool token and leave. Divine Realm, wait up. I want to check out that door. I walk toward the larger wooden door on the right. You can't get in through this door. Li Chengxi has never heard of anyone being able to enter the treasure hall. It said only the gods living here are allowed entry. I walk to the entrance of the treasure hall and place the 7-colored divine pool against the indentation in the big door. Creak. The heavy door swings open inward. A wave of ancient air rushes out. Li Chengxi's expression instantly becomes dramatic. What? The 7-colored divine pool can let you enter the Eternal Treasure Hall? The Eternal Treasure Hall contains all sorts of treasures gathered by the gods. Each one is a peerless treasure rarely found in all 3 realms. As long as you obtain even one of them, it'll benefit you for a lifetime. This guy's divine body is already so strong. And now he's getting a supreme treasure too. How is anyone else supposed to survive? I pass through the barrier and enter the treasure hall smoothly. Li Chengxi comes over to take a look, but when she touches the barrier, she's immediately bounced back. Clearly, the red divine pool can't get through here. Only the 7-colored divine pool can. She can't get in. The barrier not only blocks her, but also cuts off the view of the inside. The treasures are right before her eyes, but she can't get them. She can't even see them. Li Chengxi can only wait outside. There are so many treasures here. I'm genuinely shocked. The inside of the treasure hall is filled with dazzling items. All of them rare supreme treasures from the 3 realms. And all these treasures are closely connected to divine bodies. Right at the entrance lies a golden lingy-shaped plant, about 3 meters long, emitting a thick aura of spiritual energy. This is the golden immortal Ganoderma. It's huge! A golden immortal Ganoderma over 3 meters long takes at least 10,000 years to mature. Just lying casually on the floor, it's already a 10,000-year treasure. What does that tell you? How many amazing things are hidden in this treasure vault? Upon entering the treasure pavilion, I receive a message from the divine pool. I can pick 3 supreme treasures here. Before leaving, you can only choose 1 book from the library. But with the 7-colored divine pool in the treasure pavilion, you can get 3 supreme treasures. This kind of opportunity is enormous. But getting the 7-colored divine pool is no easy feat. You have to reach the 1. Only by pushing your limits, you might succeed. Even a slight physical weakness won't do. My gaze searched through the treasure pavilion. I had a bit of doubt in my mind. Why can't I register here? Probably because all the Dao fortune is concentrated at the Grand Hall's statue. The statue possesses incredibly powerful Dao fortune. Just by registering once, you get a bottle of eternal divine oil. Each drop takes 10,000 years to form. It's far more precious than all these treasures before me. I finally picked out 3 prized treasures. Golden Radiant Sage Prophet, Zhuanshan Immortal Dew, Tower of Spiritual Essence. Li Chengxi did not leave the sacred hall. Instead, she paced back and forth outside the treasure pavilion. Soon, I finally saw a handsome little boy. Little brother, what did you get in the sacred hall? Can you tell your sister? I raised my eyebrow. I deliberately exaggerated and said, there are lots of treasures inside. I picked 10 of them. Say more. When I take items out of the system space, nobody will suspect anything. What? You could choose 10 items? Li Chengxi took in a sharp breath, almost sucked her brains into her lungs. The treasures in the treasure hall are definitely more advanced than those in the book pavilion. 1 here is worth 10 there. She actually believed I could pick 10 supreme treasures. What does that even mean? I can choose the 10 best treasures from them. With these treasures, my future growth will be extremely fast. Some items can't even be found in the ancient wilderness realm. Brother, the treasures you got must never be shown off in front of outsiders. There's a saying, innocent man gets blamed for riches. Owning a treasure brings guilt. If outsiders find out what you have, they'll most likely try to take them. Although no one in the Lee family will plot against you. Outside the Lee family, it's very dangerous. Honestly, getting so many treasures, she's actually a bit worried. Afraid I might carelessly show them. And be seen by people with bad intentions. There could always be someone nearby. To protect my safety. It's still safer to give me some reminders. I get it. Don't worry. I'm not a little kid. Of course I know not to flaunt my wealth. Within a 10-mile radius of the divine domain, I've explored everything. It's time to leave. Next, the two of us crushed the god pool and left the divine domain immortal world. In a hidden corner, there is a place that even cultivators fear. The chilling wind in the demon pit struck the walls, making sounds like ghosts howling. Deep inside the cave stood a mountain of bones 100 feet tall. Not only are there remains of beasts on it, there are also cultivators' bones. A shadow descended from the top of the cave, kneeling before the bone mountain. Lord Ghost King. Creak, creak. The bone mountain shattered by an evil power. From it crawled a 10-foot tall shadow. Its eyes were blood red. They flashed with an eerie cold light. Lord Ghost King, you are finally revived. Let the Ghost King absorb the power of souls. And he is finally revived. The Crimson Moon Ghost King twisted his neck. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Those cultivators would never imagine. I not only survived, but my power has grown. This time I will destroy those sects completely. The Ghost King is incredibly powerful. He's equal to a human at the Void Realm. Only first-tier sects have such strong masters guarding them. This time the Crimson Moon Ghost King is even stronger. Handling a first-tier sect is no problem. Lord Ghost King, you just revived. I suggest you occupy a human body to use as a puppet, so cultivators won't easily find you again. The Bone Demon said. Last time, Lord Ghost King was careless and got spotted by cultivators and was trapped in a valley. After the Crimson Moon Ghost King thought for a moment, he gently nodded. Is there any living human here? Yes, I've already prepared one for you, the Bone Demon said obsequiously. Soon, a little demon brought an old man to the depths of the cave. The old man's breath was weak, clearly badly wounded. The Bone Demon said, a few days ago, this old guy came to investigate near the demon pit. So I caught him and brought him in. Take a look. See if this body is suitable. After the Crimson Moon Ghost King checked the old man's realm, he nodded in satisfaction. His strength is decent. The flesh is sturdy as well. Pretty good for a body. Who is he? Does he have a clan for soul possession? If he has a clan, he's more valuable than an ordinary cultivator. The Bone Demon said regretfully. This old guy's got a tough mouth. I couldn't get anything out of him. No worries, once I devour his soul, everything will be revealed. The Ghost King spread his arms, with ghost fire burning in his eyes. Human, pledge your loyalty to me. 2. The old man spat. Even if I die, I will never serve you. As he spoke, he raised a hand to smash his skull. But the Bone Demon stopped him. It's not that easy to die. The Crimson Moon Ghost King turned into a shadow and lunged at the old man's skull. After some struggle, he devoured the old man's soul. The ghost shadow disappeared. The old man opened his eyes. An eerie red glow flashed in his pupils. It's still the old man's body, but now the soul belongs to the Ghost King.
Such delicious soul.
After successfully possessing him, the Ghost King closed his eyes again. He used the soul-searching technique to check the old man's memories. Scenes from his life flashed before his eyes, especially the things the old man valued. Appeared the most? Ligia's divine son, eternal immortal demon physique. Interesting. Inside the side room, Li Chengxi locked the door and windows. Only then did she take out the books acquired from the hidden book pavilion. The Eternal Emperor's Heart Sutra. She flipped from the first page all the way to the last. Waves of shock surged in her heart, just as I imagined. Becoming the Eternal Emperor is incredibly difficult. A year has already passed since the ancient era. During this long stretch of years, there's a reason why no Eternal Emperor has appeared. To become the Eternal Emperor, every aspect of one's physique needs to reach an extremely high level. Like the first stage of refining spiritual energy, you have to refine it at least 30 times. On the Eternal Divine Artifact ranking, The person currently ranked number 1 has only refined spiritual energy 25 times. Even the top rankings in previous years only hovered around 25 times. Reaching 25 refinements is already extremely rare. To exceed 25 refinements, no one has achieved it in the past year. To refine spiritual energy 30 times. Li Chengxi furrowed her brows tightly. I must accomplish this. Thinking of the gains from this journey in the divine realm, her brows relaxed a little. She obtained a great opportunity at the Divine Physique store and advanced to the Hongmeng Emperor Divine Physique. With this divine physique as support, refining spiritual energy 30 times shouldn't be a problem. Refining isn't just about vast resources. It also requires a powerful divine physique to support it. You can't lack either one. Chengxi clenched her fists tightly. 30 times is just the start. I must refine even more times. So that brat will never catch up with me. He's already lost to me several times before. I absolutely don't want to lose again. Time to cultivate. A quaint-looking pagoda flew out from between her brows. It looked very ordinary, but it was actually a supreme Hongmeng treasure. The pagoda had a total of 10 levels. The girl's finger tapped the lowest level, and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. Inside the jade bottle were 10 Juanling pills. They were filled with abundant spiritual energy. With pills and elixirs like these, the Qiankun Pagoda had so many you couldn't count them all. This was a major reason why she aimed to become the eternal emperor. Stupid little brother, you don't have the right opportunities, so how can you ever beat me? A faint curve appeared at the corner of her lips. Then she picked up a spiritual pill, swallowed it, and absorbed the spiritual energy within. The spiritual energy in her body became even more refined. In another side room in the courtyard, I sat alone at the dining table. On the table was a plate of freshly roasted venison leg. The meat smelled absolutely delicious. After returning from the divine realm, my stomach was grumbling with hunger. Let me fill my belly first. After eating and drinking my fill, I sat on a blue meditation mat. This trip to the divine realm yielded so much. First, I checked in for 4 bottles of life tree leaves, then obtained Linyi Heavenly Pond, and also got 2 ancient red sun sages. The other 2 check-in locations granted 2 types of cultivation pills, 10 bottles of Juling pills, and 12 bottles of Wanjin pills. The combined value of these items was incalculable. Later, I even acquired Eternal Divine Oil, a total of 22 bottles at once. In the treasure vault, I also obtained 3 supreme cultivation treasures, which will be incredibly effective for refining spiritual energy next. They have a great effect. Golden Radiance Sage, Zhuanshan Immortal Dew, Lingyan Pagoda. Immortal herbs can be used for refining elixirs, or be devoured directly, though the effect is a bit less than refined pills. Zhuanshan Immortal Dew is a type of liquid that tempers the body, which I don't need for now, but will be extremely useful for body tempering in the future. Next is the Lingyan Pagoda, which is a fantastic treasure for absorbing spiritual energy. With a twist of my wrist, a 7-story pagoda appeared on the open ground. Rich spiritual energy radiated from the small pagoda. Inside the pagoda was a cultivation sanctuary, containing vast amounts of spiritual energy, perfect for absorption. These are exactly what I need for refining spiritual energy. The Li family also has a secret training ground, the Zhuanling Secret Realm. I'll check in there when I get a chance. Such training grounds usually have a check-in site inside. With the 21x check-in effect, the rewards will be immense. Eternal Divine Artifact Ranking. I must claim first place. Each Eternal Divine ranking offers different opportunities. The next ranking I can compete in is the Eternal Divine Artifact Ranking. I am fully prepared. If I can't win first place, I absolutely won't participate in the test. I close my eyes, and the secret room sinks into the system space. I plan to refine spiritual energy here. Any disturbances won't affect the outside world. I'll start with the spiritual liquid Heavenly Pond. Earlier, I checked in at the Heavenly Pond and obtained a pool 3 jiang wide and 21 jiang long. It's filled entirely with spiritual liquid, enough to absorb for quite some time. Inside the system world, my shadow entered the pool, and the spiritual liquid was absorbed right into my body. My spiritual energy began to refine again and again. The liquid in the pool grew less and less. My aura grew stronger and stronger. The more I refined, the slower it got over time. Progress slowed the later stage 1 reached. Just like that, about 15 days passed. The liquid in the pool was completely absorbed. Boom! Inside the room, my aura surged dramatically. 25 cycles of refinement. That's enough for first place on the divine artifact ranking. But 25 cycles is not my limit. I'll keep going now, I have enough. You don't have to worry about using up resources like elixirs and spiritual liquid. Just keep refining without stopping. Stop only when you reach your personal limit. The goal isn't just to make the divine ranking. It's also about improving my own qualities, laying an unbreakable foundation for the future. Next, I'll enter the Lingyan Treasure Tower. This is a world stretching 1,000,000 miles around. The spiritual energy here is 100 times denser than outside. As long as you train here, you'll progress much faster than in the outside world. I use my invisibility technique. It gathers spiritual energy from 10,000 miles around rapidly. The spiritual power within my body gets more and more refined. Half a year later, inside the room, I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor. Dense demonic aura floats around my body. I open my eyes with a deep breath. Exhale a mouthful of foul air. Now, the demonic energy inside me is 1,000 times stronger than before purification. Over the past half year, I completed the purification of demonic energy alongside spiritual energy. Now, spiritual energy has been refined 35 times. Demonic energy purified 32 times. 36 times is the ancient limit. With my immortal demon god body, completing 36 rounds is no problem. All I need now is a little more time. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar comes from the direction of the backyard. I narrow my eyes slightly. My little sister is refining spiritual energy pretty quickly. She's about to challenge the ancient divine artifact ranking now. Next moment, I finish cultivation and rush toward the divine artifact ranking. Beside the plaza stands a giant stone monument. The words ancient divine artifact ranking are carved into it. Li Chengxi's name appears prominently at the top. She's still using a pseudonym this time. Popularity ranking no, 1 Muziai. Divine artifact ranking no, 2 the Tianfan, 32 rounds. Divine artifact ranking no, 3 Wang Heng, 25 rounds. Li family members saw this number and were all speechless with shock. Oh my god, the goddess can refine her divine body 32 times. That's incredible. Even the Tianfan only managed 25 rounds. She's leading the second place by 7 rounds. Chengxi truly deserves to be the goddess of the 3 realms. You have to know, refining 25 times is already extremely difficult. This record has stayed at number 1 for over 8,000 years. No one has ever been able to shake it. Now, Li Chengxi, with overwhelming talent, has surpassed second place by 7 rounds and claimed the top spot. Such an achievement is enough to be recorded in history. Buzz above the sky. A ball of red light descends. Inside the red light, there's a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. When Li family members see the red light, they all show expressions of envy. Wow, this is an ancient opportunity. Li Chengxi has reached the top of the ranking. Her fortune must be extraordinary. Once she receives this opportunity, the goddess's future accomplishments will be limitless. Some divine rankings reward with a divine pool and entry to the ancient divine realm. Others directly grant opportunities. The ancient divine artifact ranking in front of us is a monument that bestows opportunities. It doesn't grant access to the ancient divine pool. The ball of light lands right in front of Li Chengxi. The girl reaches out and grabs a fairy herb from the ball. Rich immortal energy radiates from the herb. People nearby feel the energy, and their spirits are instantly uplifted. Immortal herbs are very rare in the realm of longevity. Many people don't even recognize what it is. But everyone knows it's a treasure worth countless fortunes. Ancestor Changsheng is extremely knowledgeable. After recognizing the fairy grass, his eyes widen in shock. This is Shiyu fairy grass silk. Such a huge Shiyu fairy grass is rare even in the ancient desolate realm. It's about 1 foot long, which means it probably grew for around 1,000 years. This particular plant is actually 3 feet long. It's been growing for 3,000 years. If this appeared in the ancient desolate realm, it would definitely drive thousands of immortals crazy. The top rank opportunity reward really is amazing. A little boy appears at the edge of the plaza. When he saw the ball of red light descend, his pupils suddenly contract. That's actually ancient energy. Through my eyes, beyond the red light, there's also intense golden light. It's the ancient aura only found earlier in the ancient divine realm. The red light is Li Chengxi's reward. It's got nothing to do with me. After thinking for a bit, I'd figure it out. The reason is that ancient opportunities come from the ancient divine realm. With time, the treasures there absorb ancient aura. Once the treasures leave the divine realm, they carry ancient energy too. But over time, that ancient energy slowly fades. I jogged over and quickly reached Li Chengxi's side. As I approached the Shiyu fairy grass, golden vapor was absorbed into my body. Ding, you absorbed ancient aura. Sign-in reward increased 6 times. Daily sign-in limit raised by 6. I was overjoyed. A smile appeared on my face. I didn't expect to benefit from my little sister's luck. This is definitely an unexpected pleasant surprise. But it can only be absorbed when my sister obtains the eternal opportunity. Then I can absorb the eternal key nearby. If my sister reaches the top of the divine ranking, if I'm not here, I won't be able to absorb it. I made up my mind. Whenever my sister wants to get ranked in the future, I should try to follow her closely. Li Chengxi noticed her brother standing nearby and staring at her immortal absolute grass with a lewd grin on his face. She instantly felt uneasy, thinking secretly, this annoying brother, is he up to something shady? She quickly put the immortal grass into her storage space, afraid I'd snatch it from her. Don't even think about trying to get my 10 absolute immortal grass. 10 absolute immortal grass isn't particularly rare. Why would I want to take it from her? I raised my eyebrow disdainfully. Henry Chengxi didn't even bother to pay attention to this kid. Annoying little brother. After so long, how many times have you condensed spiritual energy? Why don't you test it now? Why should I tell you? I've condensed it 35 times now. Just one more time to reach my limit. The eternal divine ranking only records the data from the first test. If you don't talk about your opportunities, that means you admit defeat. Li Chengxi laughed in her heart. Since my brother doesn't dare to say, he definitely can't beat me. This kid has finally lost to me. Maybe even the number of condensations. Can't break into the top 100 of the divine ranking. So he doesn't want to test. Thinking to herself, I finally won. But this is just the beginning. You won't have any chance to beat me from now on. I ruffled my sister's hair on top of her head, making her hair messy. Don't celebrate too soon. Let you stay at number 1 for a few days. You'll be crying soon enough. After saying this, he left the Phoenix ancient country without looking back. Inside the fiery red hall, an elderly woman was lying on the bed. Her aura was weak. Old Granny Fanger. I don't think I can make it. This Phoenix ancient country will be the world of you youngsters in the future. Standing by the bedside was a girl around 17 or 18. She had a delicate and pretty face. Ancestor, you definitely won't have any trouble. I heard that the Li family has longevity medicine that extends life. I'll definitely get it for you. The girl's name is Jin Feng. She's a princess of the ancient kingdom, born with a rare phoenix bloodline, one of the successors to the ancient kingdom, Kik Tianfeng. The ancestor shook her head slightly. Her eyes showed calmness toward life and death. Longevity medicine isn't so easy to get. Even if the Li family does have it, they won't hand it over to us easily. 8,000-year-old granny. I've lived long enough. My only regret is that I won't be able to guide you in the future. Jin Fenger looked at the ancestor's increasingly gaunt cheeks, finally made up her mind. No matter what the cost this time, I will get the longevity medicine from the Li family. Zhuanling's secret territory. This is a unique space, about 5 miles in diameter. It contains extremely dense spiritual energy, perfect for people below the profound pill realm to cultivate. The closer to the core area, the denser the spiritual energy, up to 10 times the outside world. Li Yang is cultivating in the core area, enjoying the rich spiritual energy around him. Among the younger generation, he is extremely talented. That's why he's qualified to enter here. Pat. The crisp footsteps attracted Li Yang's attention. Beside a small tree, appeared a child who looked about 3 or 4 years old. This is the divine child. Li Yang hurriedly stopped cultivating, clasped his hands in greeting. and bowed to the divine child. Meeting the divine child, I looked at the person opposite with a slight nod. This is the Juanling secret territory. Even the core area's spiritual energy is so thin. Compared to the hundredfold concentration of the Lingyan pagoda, the spiritual energy here is way too thin. Li Yang looked embarrassed. This core area's spiritual energy is 10 times denser than outside. This is considered thin? I really can't imagine. What kind of spiritual energy would be dense in the divine child's eyes? Divine child, would you like to cultivate here? Li Yang gave up his cultivation spot. My spot is pretty good. Forget it, the spiritual energy is so thin here. No need to absorb it. I looked not far ahead and saw a check-in point over there. It's a place where Juanling's secret territory luck converges. Li Yan took a step back. His face looked a little unpleasant. Not sure if this divine child has high standards, or is just too arrogant. He doesn't appreciate such a cultivation treasure ground. He felt a bit annoyed, but dared not say anything. I walked to the center. Standing by a spring, I silently recited check-in in my mind. You've checked in at Juanling's secret territory. Obtained 27 times reward from Juanling Pagoda. You have acquired the Tianyuan Pagoda. Inside the Juanling Pagoda is a space about a mile in diameter, filled with spiritual energy. It can be used to absorb energy from the Tianyuan Pagoda. It contains spiritual energy from an area nearly 100 miles wide. Extremely abundant. I nodded slightly, very satisfied with the check-in reward. The multiplier effect from check-in is truly powerful. Without the multiplier, getting the Juanling Pagoda would only count as a very rare reward. But after a 21 times enhancement, obtaining the Tianyuan Pagoda is a truly rare treasure. Although not as good as the Lingyan Pagoda in the Eternal Treasure Palace, the difference isn't that huge. A place like this, to win such a rare reward, shows how powerful the eternal check-in system is. After getting the check-in reward, I didn't intend to absorb spiritual energy here. Prepared to leave the secret territory. Suddenly, in the core area, an elderly man in a gray robe, holding a broom appeared. The elder casually swept the ground with his broom. But his eyes never stopped on the ground. Instead, he kept looking around, as if searching for something. Soon, a child's figure appeared ahead. The old man's eyes turned sharp like a hawk's. His steps became quicker. Dust flew with every movement. Dead leaves and weeds whirled chaotically in the air. I stared at the old man's moves. My brows furrowed tightly. There's something off about this old guy. No kidding. I've got 1,000 years of sweeping experience. I've swept every kind of place. It's clear this old guy isn't focused on sweeping. He's plotting something. There's a strong murderous vibe in his eyes. That's not killing intent. It's my sharp senses that detect it. The old man is hiding a certain energy in his body. It feels like a rotten aura from something dead for a long time. He gave a twisted grin. Kid, you're pretty sharp. Once I consume your demonic energy and drain your blood, I'll turn you into my puppet. Such a good specimen is hard to come by. As he spoke, the old man was now just 30 feet away from me. He flung his broom forward. It shot straight toward me. Who are you? Why are you attacking the divine sun? Are you out of your mind? Li Yang leapt up to attack. In an instant, he crossed 30 feet. He kicked the broomstick. Crack! The broom shattered into wood chips. Splinters flew everywhere. How dare you ruin my plans? A layer of black aura covered the old man's face. 2 ghostly blue flames burned in his pupils. Li Yang merely glanced at those ghost flames. His body stiffened in place. Ghost flames. You're the Crimson Moon Ghost King. Why are you trying to harm me? The Li clan members realized now. This old man was already dead, and the Crimson Moon Ghost King was hiding in his body. His goal must be to harm the divine sun. Kid, shut up. The Crimson Moon Ghost King didn't want to make a scene.
He shot a blast of black energy from his palm.
It turned into 2 big hands that grabbed Li Yang's neck. Li Yang struggled with all his strength, but he couldn't break free from those ghost hands. At this moment, I was totally panicking. It's over. The Crimson Moon Ghost King is terrifying. The divine sun and I are definitely dead here. The Ghost King's chilling laughter echoed out.
He slowly walked up to the boy.
Kid, offer your life as sacrifice to me. Ghostly energy poured from the old man's mouth, wrapping the boy's body completely. I was trapped inside the ghost aura,
but I didn't show the slightest sign of fear. Such weak ghost energy can't trap me. After saying that, I released a wisp of pitch-black demonic energy. The ghost energy around me was instantly pushed away by that single wisp of demonic ki. It even seemed to show fear. What pure demonic energy? The Ghost King's pupils flared with dazzling fire. His heart was in turmoil. As one's cultivation grows, the ghost energy in your body gets more refined. It should become purer. But even at my Ghost King level, my energy isn't as pure as this kid's demonic ki. That's actually pretty scary. His demonic energy is refined to this level. Even as a Ghost King, I never managed to refine my ghost ki like this. Didn't find out about this method until later. But it was already too late. Interesting, kid. Offer all your demonic energy to me, and I'll let you die with your body intact. Now the Ghost King got even more excited. He swung his arm. A mass of ghost energy rushed at the boy, devouring demon art. My small hands quickly formed a seal. The ghost energy around me was instantly absorbed. It was converted into spiritual energy in my body. That's it? Not enough. Release some more. What is this demonic art you're using? The Ghost King was getting flustered.
He hurriedly pulled all his ghost energy back into his body.
This was his first time seeing such a strange demonic art. That ghost energy was refined by him. Normally, no outsider could possibly steal his ghost energy. But this kid used some unknown method, and the ghost energy I'd worked so hard to cultivate was snatched away in an instant. If you won't let it out, I'll just absorb it myself. I formed several hand seals again. Devouring demon art activated at full force. Buzz, buzz, the old man's 7 orifices kept releasing streams of demonic energy as I absorbed it, as if the whole ghost form was about to be sucked out. Li Yang broke free from the ghostly grip, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. This kid is unbelievably strong. He couldn't even imagine that a 3-year-old kid could push the Ghost King to this state. This kid is kind of freaky. At first, the Ghost King wanted not to alarm others, to silently get rid of me, and escape the Zhuanling secret realm. But ever since I used some unknown demonic technique, he was forced to play defense. So he had to unleash stronger attacks to deal with me. This kid. Destroy him. The old man's body exploded into pieces. The Ghost King's true form emerged, turning into a giant ghostly shadow 30 feet tall. Devouring demon art stopped working at this point. Kid, I've changed my mind. This time I'll tear you to pieces and feed what's left to the dogs. Seeing the Ghost King's real form, Li Yang collapsed on the ground in fright, his whole body shaking backward. The Crimson Moon Ghost King is way too scary. Squad leader, come save us. The Zhuanling secret realm is meant for those below the Zhuandian level to train. Usually, there's no real powerhouse here. Even if the clan members sense something unusual, it still takes some time to enter here. By then, the 2 of them would likely have already fallen victim. Kid, you're dead. After Red Moon Ghost King revealed his true form, he wanted to end the fight quickly. I didn't panic at all. I bit my fingertip, squeezed out a drop of pitch-black blood. Blood shadow icon. The blood from my fingertip turned into a mass of black mist. It condensed in midair into a demon god over 100 feet tall. His eyes were blood red, holding a trident in his hand. Demonic flames burned beneath his feet. Terrifying demonic energy filled the entire secret realm. Many disciples cultivating in the secret realm felt the demonic energy, and were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. Even Red Moon Ghost King shivered in fear. The ghost fire in his pupils trembled. This is a demon god. How did this kid summon a demon god? The Ghost King gasped in shock. He kept retreating under the demon god's gaze.
Die.
This cultivation technique I got in the Eternal Divine Hall is one of the techniques best suited for me now. All it takes is a drop of blood to activate. The stronger your bloodline power, the stronger the summoned statue. The demon god stands over 100 feet tall. The Ghost King is only 10 feet tall. In front of the demon god, he's not even as strong as a baby. The demon god lifted his foot and stomped the Ghost King under it. Boom. No. A tragic howl came from beneath the foot. The Ghost King regretted his actions so much his guts twisted. If he had known I was this powerful, he wouldn't have come here to ambush me even if you beat him. Isn't this basically suicide? Boom! The demon god pressed down harder with his foot. The screams below grew even more miserable. In the end, the Ghost King's presence vanished completely. Li Yang collapsed on the ground. His brain nearly burst from fear. This is the Son of God's technique. It's way too terrifying. That was the Ghost King. He was wiped out just like that. Red Moon Ghost King was notorious. In the Qingzhou region, even babies would cry out in fear upon hearing his name. 4 or 5 sects had previously joined forces against him, but none succeeded in finishing off the Ghost King and killing him for good. Now the Ghost King actually died at the Son of God's hands. What's even scarier is that the Son of God is only 3 years old. He's just a kid barely starting cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing the air kept ringing out. A dozen or so strong cultivators flew over from afar. Leading them was the team leader. Li Hongshan rode a flying sword. Seeing the demon god in the sky, he was so shocked he almost fell off his sword. Where did that demon god come from? How dare you hurt me? Speak with your life. He looked ready to attack. Li Yang quickly shouted, blocking the team leader. Wait, leader. That demon god was summoned by the Son of God? Li Hongshan hurriedly withdrew his flying sword. Land next to Li Yang. You were here just now. Tell me what happened. Here's what happened. Li Yang described what had just happened, telling every detail. What? Li Hongshan's face filled with rage. Red Moon Ghost King dared to attack me? He deserves to die. Thankfully, Hanger had divine powers to protect him, or else he wouldn't have survived. That demon god is way too terrifying. Even the leader isn't a match for him. Everyone, interrogate the clan members one by one. If you find anyone suspicious, bring them to me immediately. Now that such an incident has happened.
He decided to tighten security.
Not letting his guard down at all. In a unique central space world, a towering treasure pagoda floated at its center. The pagoda has 10 floors. Rich spiritual energy pours out from each floor's window. On the nearby open ground, there's a child sitting cross-legged, circulating his technique to absorb the spiritual energy released by the treasure pagoda. This pagoda is the Tianyuan treasure pagoda acquired from Secret Realm Sign-In. The spiritual energy within me is becoming ever purer, refining it again and again, moving towards an even higher level of purity. Boom! Refined 36 times. Eternal Extreme State. Finally done. Reach the divine rankings with Eternal Extreme State. The rewards will be even greater. The reason I've delayed so long is that demonic energy needs refining too. Both must be refined 36 times. Then break through to the body tempering realm. Spiritual energy is at its limit. Still need to refine demonic energy more. It'll take a bit more time to finish completely. Time flashed by. 3 days passed. Guests from Phoenix Ancient City visited the Li family. A maid from the Canyuan Hall served premium spiritual tea, pouring tea for the honored guests. Old ancestor Tianfeng held the teacup with shaky hands, sipped gently. Her aged voice said, "Zhuan the spiritual tea. I'm afraid I'll never have a chance to drink it again." Li Hongshan shook his head with some regret.
He said fortune favors the good.
Maybe in a few days. Old ancestor Tianfeng will find a breakthrough opportunity. Elder AI has been stuck in this realm for over 5,000 years. No more chance to advance further. Old ancestor Tianfeng appeared calm, sighed. Beoyu has long seen through life and death. The only thing she can't let go of are the young ones. As she spoke, her withered hand pointed to several young people nearby. Hope team leader Li will look after them. Li Hongshan nodded. Agreed, Phoenix Kingdom and our Li family have always been close. If anything happens in the future, we'll definitely support each other. Now this old woman can finally be at ease. The last concern of ancestor Tianfeng has been fulfilled. All the furrows on her brow have relaxed. She leans back against the chair with a peaceful expression. On the chair next to her, 2 children are seated. These 2 must be the divine son and divine daughter. I've long heard about them, and now seeing them today, they truly live up to their reputation. Though ancestor Tianfeng is advanced in years, her senses are still keen. She can feel the vital energy within the boy and girl, surging powerfully, incredibly strong. It's just like those who have trained their bodies for decades. Now such strength appears in 2 children. It's clear they are extraordinary. Aren't you all going to pay your respects? Ancestor Tianfeng called out to several young men nearby, and young women. Those who accompanied her this time are all outstanding individuals of the younger generation in our country. Around 20 years old. None of them are much older. 2 males and 2 females. Only Jin Fenger is a direct blood relative of the ancestor. One of them, a boy named Liu Yoken, showed a reluctant expression on his face.
He thought, I'm one of the heirs to the ancient Phoenix kingdom.
So why should I try to flatter the divine son of the Li family? Besides, these two are just 3-year-old kids. By logic, they should be paying respects to us. After all, we're almost 20. To bow to 2 kids like this just doesn't seem right. The other 2 were also somewhat hesitant. They didn't move for quite some time. Ancestor Tianfang frowned. She urged you 4, go now. Doing this really requires a lot of effort and planning. The remarkable qualities of the divine son and divine daughter have long spread throughout the world of longevity. In the future, they will definitely stand out among people. A golden-scaled fish is not meant to stay in a small pond. Once it catches the favorable wind and clouds, it will become a dragon. It's best to build a good relationship early with the divine son and daughter. Their future connections will be even deeper. There's no way this will backfire. Jin Fenger, among these 4, has the closest relationship with the ancestor. He is the most obedient to the ancestor. He was the first to walk up to the girl. He placed his hands at his sides and bowed on bent knees. Jin Fenger pays respects to the divine daughter. Li Chengxi sat in her chair and nodded lightly. She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Given her status, this kind of bowing ceremony was still far from enough. Jin Fenger then came before me and repeated the same gesture. Jin Fenger pays respects to the divine son. I just kept eating the venison in my hand and replied with a muffled hum without even looking up.